Hey, good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us for day 2 of the 2022 HMB USA Nationals qualifier. I'm joined by my good friend Joe here. He is the man, the master behind this event. Joe, it's my understanding the fights are starting in about 30 minutes. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. And today we are doing duels. So duels is comprised of longsword. We also have sword and shield, sword and buckler, and and poleaxe. Those are the different categories. And we're also doing men's and women's competitions. So you'll see both men's and women's athletes here competing for those different areas.
And we were talking with Desha, who I believe is on the board of HMB USA, and she was expressing her excitement yesterday to see the women in action, because logistically, I think this time it didn't work to have any women's teams in the 5-on-5 melee yesterday.
Yes.
But now it's duels. We're excited. Yep. Joe, walk us through a little bit. Take us way back to the beginning of this event, because I'm sure there are people who are watching that they've been to a HMB event in person. But what exactly goes into planning an event like this?
That's a great question. So this is my second full-blown event that I've hosted. I've been a marshal for almost like 7 years now. I've been involved in these since I was 18, so I grew up in this sport. However, running an event and being a participant are very different things. So the last couple of, as preparation for this, we had to learn about getting the event, making sure we had all the logistics. We had to work on getting ticket sales and all the different things behind the scene, getting chairs, just having chairs and tables and water for people to have. Those are things that you assume we're going to be there, but somebody has to do it, and that comes out of our pocket and out of our logistics. We have to grab it from the store and bring it to the site. So.
Well, and you kind of had a pleasant surprise yesterday in that you actually ran out of tickets, like physical tickets to sell, right?
We were very blessed to have a huge number of people walk up. We had over, I think, 400 people walk up yesterday, and we had wristbands for 300 or so, and we were out. We were out of wristbands. We had to send someone to the store real quick to get wristbands, and it was a little bit of a scramble, but that's a good problem to have. So we solved it. We're good to go, and we're ready for 400 more today.
Absolutely. So, well, we were talking a little bit on the live stream, because obviously the folks who are watching this are watching at home, so they can only get the visual and the audio element. But there was a really cool moment where yesterday during the fights we could smell the turkey legs from all the vendors that you invited, and that's something that we want to talk about as well. Is that an event like this really is a community event? Like you have a community. We're kind of in the. For those of you who are not familiar with where Temecula is, it's in the Southern California area, roughly by San Diego, I'd say.
Yeah, we're about 1 hour north of San Diego proper, given on traffic.
And when you were planning this event, Joe, you reached out to the Southern California Ren community, right? You talked with some folks, some connections that you had made previously.
That's correct. So as I mentioned, I grew up in this kind of community, and we reached out to different vendors, different folks we knew in the community, people who have done similar events with us in the past, and we were looking for a home for this event. My girlfriend thankfully had some experience with CRC on the horse side. Her daughter does horse competitions here, and we came over, toured the property, talked to the owner a little bit, and he was a little bit interested. And then after seeing the fights yesterday, Bob is on board 100%. He is so excited about this, and he had such a good time, and he had so many rave reviews from all his friends that came to watch also. So
yeah, I know we are very grateful to our friends at the California Ranch Company for putting up with this this oddity of an event. But Joe, I wanted to ask you. You said that you've been essentially in this part of this community since you were like 18.
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
I feel like everybody has that moment where they get hooked on something like this. For me, I was a local reporter, and I was doing a story on our local Buhurt club, and as part of the story, they're like, "Hey, do you want to put on armor?" And I was like, well, I don't know.
I've seen the pictures of you in that armor.
Yeah, but I mean, for everybody, there's that moment where, like, for me, as soon as I put on the armor, I was hooked. Do you remember the moment that got you hooked?
So I was very lucky. My older brother actually got me into it. So yeah, this is so. He grew up with me. He was about 18 years older, and he had an armor business. His whole business was making armor and selling armor at Renaissance fairs. From the time I was little, I was growing up with that, and I knew exactly that's what I wanted to do. So,
and
making the armor and fighting in the armor, most importantly. So yeah, and then helping other people get the same experience. So yeah,
and that's really why we're so grateful for Joe and all the work that he's put in, is because really the reason we do these live streams is because we want it to be a community event. We want you, even though if you can't fly out to Temecula, California, we want you to be able to watch, we want you to be able to chat, to talk to us, and get in on the action essentially. So Joe, I know you're really busy. You got something. So just one more question: is there anything you wanted to tell the people about today's event in particular, about the duels?
Yeah. So we have some of the world's best duelists here. We have people that are going. The winners of these categories are going overseas to compete for international titles. So these guys and gals are top notch. These are some of the best fighters in America for sure, and they have international standing. So these are folks that have been doing this for years. Some of them are new and inexperienced in learning, but they're good challengers. They're ready to go toe to toe with these experienced folks. We're going to have some great competitions out here, and I'm most excited to see the women's categories. The women were a little shortchanged yesterday with not having the fives, so very excited to get them going on the duels. And just wanted to say thanks to CRC, thanks to all the clubs that showed up today and yesterday. Thank you to all of our vendors. We have New English Brewing Company, and we also have Age of Craft and Buhurt Tech. Those are our three main vendors and our three main sponsors. And thank you for all your sponsorship and help on making this event happen.
Yeah, we'll actually be talking with our friends at Age of Craft in a moment. But Joe, thank you very much. I know you got to go.
Hey.
It's always a pleasure chatting with you, my friend.
Yeah, thank you so much.
No problem. I'll let you go about your business. For those of you who are waiting to see the fights are going to start at 10:30. Yes. Once again, that's what we're expecting. And actually, Joe, why don't you do a little switcheroo here? I see we have our master of ceremonies, Mr. Gage Maverick. You guys can go ahead and swap out here. Gage, take a seat.
Swapping, happy to take a seat, but I mean, you're upstaging me, man. You're too good looking.
Oh, stop it.
You're too good looking for me, man.
So Gage here is our master of the ring. He was the guy who was, running about in the kilt yesterday, who was kind of bringing a little bit of order to the chaos.
I might have been adding to the chaos.
But like in a good way, right? We want the right amount of chaos.
Bring the energy, baby.
We want the right amount of chaos. So I see. Are you drinking some tea with lemon? Is that what you're drinking?
I am throwing the kitchen sink at this thing. Okay, I've got tea with mint tea, orange juice mixed in, and about 3 slices of fresh lemon that are growing off of the trees right here in front of our little castle.
That is the benefit of having an event in Southern California. So we got literally citrus. We got citrus growing around us. Now, Gage, what was really interesting about yesterday's event is we were kind of joking about this in that it did become something of a very authentic medieval tournament. We were hoping it was going to be authentic because men and women were wearing armor, but we were hoping to take advantage of modern technology. But it got to a point yesterday where we were having some technical issues. You had to go medieval town crier.
I went town crier on it. I wasn't expecting to, didn't want to, but that's what we do as professionals, right? We have to survive and live and overcome obstacles in the moment. And that moment created the obstacle that I needed to basically get off mic and literally start yelling at everybody. That's why the voice is so scratchy. So for those of you that tuned in yesterday and are hearing me now, you hear a big time disparity between that voice and this voice.
So I want to ask a little bit about the kilt. The kilt got a lot of positive attention online. People loved it. People loved the look. So was that something that you had beforehand, or was that something you got for this event?
Oh no, I had that. I am Irish, and I actually planned to wear that. I went to Dublin, Ireland in 2020 for St. Paddy's.
Oh wow!
And that's when they started shutting down the world. So I never got to showcase that beautiful outfit in front of all my fellow Irish, in front of all my fellow Irishmen.
Yeah.
And so I showcased it here today. Well, you guys got to see it first, actually.
Well, speaking of 2020, so it's very dusty here because we're essentially in a paddock, where this is where a rodeo competition happens. There's lots of dust getting kicked up. We actually burned through all of our tissues, and so we are using toilet paper. But when you said 2020, someone made the point that if we had this tournament in 2020, this right here
not have been available.
This would have been the prize money. This would have been what you
won.
won.
The gold.
Yeah, this would have been the gold finish, is a roll of toilet paper. So thank goodness that things here have improved a little bit.
Only Landon Burke could tie that in a 2020 reference. That's why he's the professional, everybody. Are you guys following him on social media? What's your social media handle? Tell those people.
My social media handle is at Landon J. Burke. But let's hear a plug from you, man, because they've been hearing me talk this whole time. Let's plug your social, my friend.
All right, so let's go to Gage Maverick on Instagram. That's GAGEM as in Mary, AV as in Victor, ERIK. There is no see in my Maverick. That is artistic license, ladies and gentlemen. Go to youtube.com, Gage Maverick, Gage Maverick on YouTube, as well as Gage TV Network. I'm the guy pointing at you in front of the yellow Porsche. Follow, subscribe, like, leave us a comment. Comment on some of my videos.
Speaking
Show
of
some
comments,
love.
we got a comment from Dylan Clifton. He says, kilts are the bee's knees.
Yes, they are, Dylan.
And he also says that you need some meat in that.
Yeah, I do need some meat in this, and probably some Jameson whiskey, some Irish Jameson whiskey would be what the doctor ordered.
Absolutely. Well, Gage, do you have any closing remarks as you get ready to do the second day of Ringmaster?
Yeah, so what I would like, I'm really fired up today about seeing the pro fight style, where it's one-on-one.
One-on-one, yeah.
Because we only had, if you remember, I know that you were kind of engulfed in like what was going on today, but if you remember, like throughout the day in the groupings, in both frames, we only had one-on-one situation. And did you see the crowd just go nuts for that? I saw that the two guys came right down the middle, and it was a mano-a-mano, one-on-one, and it was just glorious. And so today is all about that one-on-one competition, and I just look forward to it because they're owning the space. They take the entire list, and they have the opportunity to command that space and say, and go draw a line in the sand, literally. Say, not on my watch. Yeah,
well, that was something that our viewers in the chat were really talking about as well. I mean, that's the moment that people really live for when it's a 5-on-5, but it becomes a 1-on-1.
Yeah.
That is really exciting. And that is something that we're looking forward to today in the duels. I think it's a lot of one-on-one action.
Yeah.
You said it really well. It came down to, I think it was 2 men, 2 swords. You had so many good lines yesterday.
Oh, if only people could hear them.
Well, the good news is we have on good authority that you have a functioning PA this time,
okay,
right?
That is great. We're going to do a test in a moment. The favorite one that I came up with is they hug it out, then they brawl it out.
Yeah, exactly. And that's very much an embodiment of the sport. It's like this strange semblance of civility. Before like ultimate barbarism.
Let's kick the crap out of each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's hug it out. Let's kick the crap out of each other.
And then,
let's hug it out again. And then
at the end.
And then we're probably going to have a Jameson together afterwards.
Yeah, well, that's something that's really cool too, that maybe you folks at home don't necessarily get to see, but like after the tournament, everyone goes and has dinner together. Yeah. And there's,
there's absolutely zero like animosity. It's all love. Like I'm not even kidding you guys. We were hanging out afterwards last night, and like one of the captains like bought everybody a toddy, if you will. If I say this on television. So, and everybody rejoiced. Like it was like everybody was totally like friends and fun with each other. And like 2 hours before that, they were punching each other in the face and knocking each other out with battle axes and post axes and swords.
Yeah.
Guys, you got to stay engaged with this thing. Get to the website, get to the Facebook page, follow us on YouTube. Man, we're going to blow this event up, guys. There's absolutely no reason, in my opinion, why this shouldn't be a mainstream event. There is not a more live action, violent sport going on in the history of time in terms of being able to watch spectator sports.
I think you said it yesterday. You said UFC ain't got nothing on this.
Hey, I got nothing on this.
Now, speaking of social, plug your social one more time, Gage. I know you got to do a sound check, but one more time before we go, let's hear your social.
So it's at Gage Maverick. No C in Maverick on Instagram, and Gage Maverick on YouTube. But if you also look at Gage TV Network, I'm the guy with the yellow, I'm pointing at you with the yellow Porsche. Hit that subscribe button, like and comment on some videos, engage, and I say as always to stay engaged to Gage TV. And I'm out.
With that,
and I'm out.
Gage Maverick, thank you very much, my friend. All right, guys, so once again, just a reminder here that we are probably about 15 minutes or so away from the start of the competition. We are expecting the duels to begin at promptly 10 a.m. Pacific time. Manny, can we go ahead and take the shot of the bird's eye view there? You can see the marshals are putting in the rope for I believe it's the Polearms competition there. We are going to take a brief break here for just a moment while we kind of get everything ready here. Don't go anywhere though, folks. The fights are going to start at 10:30 Pacific time. That is, once again, in about 15 minutes. Actually, let me see if I can go ahead and... Actually, before we go real quick, we've got a special treat. We're going to talk with our friends at Age of Craft. Age of Craft is a sponsor of today's event. We are really excited to have them on board. Age of Craft provided a longsword for the winner of the men's 5-on-5 yesterday. That was very kind of them. They're also a very generous sponsor of this event. So I can actually see our Age of Craft representative. He's moving up as we speak. We'll go ahead and bring them on over as the marshals continue to set the final touches. Come on and take a seat, my friend. So we are, as we've been saying, we are about minutes out from competition. First of all, if you could introduce yourself to the folks watching. What's your name?
My name is Roman, and I'm manager in Age of Craft.
So how long have you been with Age of Craft?
Oh, it's about 9 years.
9 years.
Yeah.
So, you know, we've been talking throughout the weekend how grateful we are to have you guys as a sponsor. That was an absolutely beautiful longsword that you guys made for the winners. Talk to the viewers a little bit about why, in a sport like this, why is quality weapons and armor important?
Wow. It's. I think it's just how you see. It's really dangerous sport. Yeah. So and the quality of armor is very important because it's your health. So and for us, quality it's the most important. It's it should be a lot of tests. It should be a lot of something when we do with armor everything, and after that we can say that yes, you can wear it and your health be safe.
Yeah, it's all about calculated risks, right? It's inherently dangerous to be in the list, and that's why you have to have good weapons and armor. So did you fly out here just for this event?
Yes, from Ukraine. It's 1.5 days in the road, 15 hours in airports. Yeah, and I'm here.
So we really appreciate having you out here, Roman. I'm going to ask you this question, and you can answer in either English or Ukrainian because we do have some of our friends from Eastern Europe who are watching this stream. Is there anything that you want your customers to know if they're looking for weapons and armor? Is there anything they need to know? And either English or Ukrainian is fine.
Sorry, not a little slow because my English is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there anything you want to tell your customers?
Yeah. Okay. So I really love you guys, and I want to introduce our close promotion. We are planning to make some special proposition before the new season. It will be worldwide tournament Battle of the Nationals. So, and I want to tell that close time we make proposition for full armor kits, for weapons. Please follow us, and I think you will be happy with this proposition.
Very good. Well, Roman, thank you very much. I know you've got to return to your post. Manny, let's go ahead and take the sky cam there. Or, we got to punch it on the Age of Craft gear. Can you show us that one more time? Those are just some of the wares that Roman was telling us about. We'll see if we can give you a shot. There we go. Some of the fine wares there. We can see your gauntlets. Roman, you can go ahead and return to your booth if you need to. Great to have you, my friend.
Okay.
All right, guys. And so for those of you watching at home, we are going to take a brief break here. We are expecting the fights to start in about 10 minutes. We're going to do some sound checks. We're going to make sure that everything is up to speed. And we'll find out where we are beginning when these duel competitions. So thank you so much for joining us, everyone. We're going to step into a standby really briefly, but don't go anywhere.
Yes, yes. But we need it up for those sliders to hear me back there. That's why I was doing that check. Well, yes, but I think the second speaker would have more value for our VIP over here. Facebook. Get them to sign up for that, guys. We need the viewers. Watch it. They, of course, will be able to watch the playback later. But nothing beats live, am I right? That's why you guys chose to come here. So get on your phones, invite them up here, guys, because it's so much better in person. If you all can agree with that, I can attest to that. My research ahead of time showed me fun, cool violence. But when I got here, I amped that up to like 11. We had to turn it up to 11. Yes, yes. So I got to talk about that too. All right. The thing is, yesterday before, yeah, we are late fighting. Good morning,
Hello, friends. Thank you for sticking with us. Just so you know, we are getting ready to get started. The fights will resume in about 5 minutes. We're going to begin with some duels. We're really excited, folks. It is a beautiful morning here in sunny Temecula, California. It's about, what would you say, about 68 degrees Fahrenheit right now? About 68? It's very nice and pleasant. Not too terribly hot. Our cameras aren't melting this morning, so that's some good news. We are really excited because for this day of competition, we are getting competitors from both the men and women's division. We have fighters from all over the U.S. and some fighters internationally as well. I believe we have the Ukrainian and Mexican flags here being represented, as we do have fighters from all over the world. You'll notice all flags are flying at the same height. We abide by Olympic standard because one of the best things about this sport is that it is practiced all over the world. So we are really excited to have our brothers and sisters in arms from other countries join us here in Southern California. So once again, the competition is going to get started in about 5 minutes or so. We're going to do a brief recap talking about what we saw yesterday. So yesterday, if you weren't able to join us, we were doing the 5-on-5 competition for the men's round robin. That is a national qualifier. And so basically what yesterday's competition determined is who was going to be representing the U.S. at Battle of the Nations in Romania. As the USA team for 5-on-5, team 1, 2, and 3. In third place, we had the Alpha Squad for Ordo Draconis. It's a team out of Southern California comprised of both fighters from the Los Angeles and San Diego area. In second place yesterday, we had Cerberus Emesis. It is a team out of Portland, Oregon. And in first place, we had Kenyas USA, which is the local branch, the USA branch of the Kenyas Club, which I believe is based in Ukraine, but they do have chapters all over the world. Looks like we are about to have something of an opening ceremony. Manny, can we punch in on that gathering of fighters over there? We're going to see what we're expecting. Looks like we have the captains from all the representatives. We'd love to see a number of different tabards and colors represented. We're expecting to get started here in just a few minutes.
So we are going to have a little parade like yesterday with the national anthem.
Looks like we're in for a treat, folks. We are getting something of a opening demonstration, a little parade, and the presentation of the national anthem. We can see the captains gathering, having some last-minute words with the marshals. I know they are eager to get started, and we are eager to watch them. Thank you for those of you tuning in, whether it's your first day joining us or your second. We are very excited to be here. We're very excited to have you. Let us know where you're watching from. Once again, one of the best things about this sport is its international crowd, its international fan base. We love to see fans represented from all over the world. We love to chat with you throughout the show. Here's a comment on YouTube from Risto Järvinen. He says, here again, good luck to all the duelists, cheering from Finland and looking forward to who I might face in Battle of the Nations, Sword and Shield. Risto is being smart to scope out the competition before it begins. Check out who he's going to be going up against. Because for those of you who are representing teams outside of the U.S., you very likely may fight some of the men and women that you see compete today.
Opening ceremonies, everybody. 3 minutes to opening ceremonies.
Dylan Clifton says, keep an eye out for Howard Longus. He is coming for the gold, representing out of Vegas. And we are preparing for the national anthem. And we will be joined in the booth in a moment by our master of the ring, our master of ceremonies, Mr. Gage Maverick. Those of you who tuned in yesterday, he was the fine gentleman in the kilt, moving about throughout the competition, dodging flying axe head and the like. Our town crier, because of a technical failure, he had to go medieval and announce the fights with nothing but his own vocal cords. But he did it. And here he is, Mr. Gage Maverick.
He is here. Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome.
So, Gage, we are getting started in just a few minutes with a presentation, like you said, a parade in the national anthem?
Yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to do the opening ceremony parade. Each of the fighters plus the captains, whoever's fully dressed, weaponized, and or somewhat prepared, is going to come on in. We're going to do a beautiful little welcoming ceremony, followed by the national anthem. I will then release them, and then we'll get rolling.
Fantastic.
We're going to have some combat.
Excellent. And one of the best things about events like this is the schedule is something of a living, breathing document, right?
It is, yeah, because what happens is some guys, some guys come, some guys don't, but then at the same time, some guys decide, okay, well, I want to save my energy, or I want to bow out of this one. Can you push me to later? So we kind of have a little ebb and flow, but that's the beauty of a live event, isn't it?
Absolutely.
We have to make it happen in that moment.
Absolutely. So we see some fighters gathering. Do you need to go with them, or are you going to stay put right here? Very good. We can see. As Gage said, we can see the fighters and their captains gathering in a row at the far side. And we are in a holding pattern. We're waiting to see.
I'll take off your cue whenever you're ready.
When our lead marshal is ready.
So cue up some parade music, maybe. Yeah.
And here we go.
More of that Irish. More Irish. Can you pump that up?
And here's the parade of the warriors.
Entering the arena, ladies and gentlemen, for our opening ceremony.
I love to hear the rustling of that
Isn't
armor.
It wonderful. It's a natural ambient that just cannot be duplicated. No. Let's give a round of applause for our contestants entering the list. If you don't know, the list is our playing surface, our battleground, our field of play. So here we come into the arena. These are the Longsword competitors that will be competing for us very shortly. Isn't that a wonderful display?
Love to see the knights blowing kisses to the crowd.
I do love that. It makes me feel warm and fuzzy. Marshall. Let's fade that music out. All right, everybody stand, please. Remove your hats.
We're going to have a presentation of the United States National Anthem.
And we will have the national anthem, Maestro. Strong round of applause. And I just love the gentleman back there standing in full salute. Just warm fuzzies down my spine. And a beautiful salute to our military men and women of our country. I thank you for your service. Fighters, thank you very much. Please return to your designated areas. And let's get ready for our first round of competition in about 3 minutes. Thank you very much, everybody. We're going to get started in about 3 minutes.
All right, folks, so you heard it there. We're expecting the competitions to begin in about 3 minutes from now. The fighters are making their return to the bullpen, as it were, to armor up, get those hats and bats ready, as we say. Let's take a look at the schedule. Let's see. As our master of the ring mentioned, we are expecting a few changes. Manny, can we bring the music down a little bit? You can just take it on the anchor cam. All right, folks, let's talk about what we are expecting to see. Now, this is, according to the schedule as of yesterday, as our master of ceremony said, this is a living, breathing document, if you will, the schedule, because inevitably, whenever you have the duels competition after the melee competition the day before, there are inevitably going to be some injuries and some cancellations. Presently, we are expecting to see Anthony Monaco and Spencer Waddell face off in the Longsword event. We are expecting to begin with the Longsword before moving to the Sword and Shield. Then we move to the Buckler before returning to the Longsword, Shield, and Buckler, and finishing with the Polearms competition. So, folks, we got another full day of fighting. We are really excited to be here. It was an excellent day of fighting yesterday. Manny, can we take the sky cam there? We can see the fighters, or rather the marshals there, grooming the list, grooming the field.
Anthony Monaco and Spencer Waddell, is that you guys? All right.
So we have, once again, we have Anthony Monaco and Spencer Waddell facing off in the Longsword division.
Also, our marshals in yellow are the ones that keep us safe, keep our fighters safe, make sure
the marshals there once again tending the field, make sure the ground is even.
Safety. It's all about safety first, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Good afternoon, guys. I want to introduce myself. My name is Gage Maverick, your host MC. How many of you were here yesterday? Newbies today? Welcome, welcome, welcome. You guys are here for
fighters exchanging words,
competition.
friendly conversation before the duel begins in earnest. Love to see that kind of sportsmanship.
Yeah, we're going to learn about the Dewey Decimal System and things, so it's going to be very laid back, very chill. Or I'm going to ask you to be bloodthirsty fans today, guys. Yeah! That's it. We are recording this TV show, so we do expect...
One YouTube user says, I can't believe this is an event in Southern California. Great to see more events in the U.S. We couldn't agree more. We are happy to be here. We are happy that the United States fan base is able to put on events like this. Earlier we were speaking with Joe, who was one of the event organizers.
So as we get the list ready, so what I need to see from you guys is when something happens,
Pulling out for an event like this, but it's always worthwhile.
Ooh, ooh, ah, I need to hear it all. Okay, and loudly, so television cameras pick up that audio. Got it?
Daniel Bremer makes a good question. Because there were no women fighting in yesterday's tournament, how will the women's teams qualify for Battle of the Nations? It's a very good question. Daniel, I don't have an answer for you, but I know HMB USA is aware of the circumstances, and I imagine there will be a verdict announced on that shortly. So each round is going to be 90 seconds long. So for those of you who may not be familiar with the rules of engagement for Duels, Duels is different from the 5-on-5 competition, the melee competition, in that those competing are not trying to knock their opponent down and eliminate them. They are trying to score points by making meaningful contact with their weapon on the opponent. So once again, this is the Longsword competition. We can see Mark Jackson, one of the marshals there, talking with the MC. Always good to make sure that everyone is understanding the rules of engagement before the competition begins.
Are you guys excited?
Can we bring music down?
All right, so let's see the swords after the introductions. Let's see here.
The duelists are preparing, limbering up.
All right, and
Echo grid.
Retro. Okay. And
So Fighter Waddell there in the Bear Brig. Fighter Monaco in the Ordo Draconis black and green tabard. And so the fighters are getting ready. Fighter Monaco bobbing his head to the music. We'd love to play it for you, but we also don't want to get copyright infringement, so we're going to keep it quiet. But that's all right. You don't watch to listen to music, you watch to see some epic fights. Okay, thank you, chat. Our viewers in the chat have clarified that the women's team has already qualified, so that is already settled. Thank you, chat. This is why we love to have you guys commenting as we watch, because this is a community event. This is about you guys just as much as it's about these fighters. We love that you're watching and sending your support from afar. Thank you so much for watching, for liking, for sharing and subscribing. And thank you for giving us your feedback. All right, once again, we have Pietro Monaco in the black and green, and Spencer Waddell in the brig, the black, green, and yellow brig. I don't know if you could hear that announcement from our master of ceremonies, but we are happy to hear that there are no injuries. All right, there's Mark Jackson, one of the lead marshals, conferring with his team, getting a plan of attack. Marshals conferring, checking equipment. Marshals settling some last-minute details. Because if you wait until the fight starts to settle these details, it's too late. All right, the fighters are getting ready. Monaco versus Waddell. And so begins it. They begin by touching their blades, a show of sportsmanship. Waddell with the opening salvo. Oh, a weapon failure. Oh, a weapon has broken. That was Spencer Waddell's weapon. Opening round, his weapon breaks at the hilt. Weapon failures happen. They're bringing him a replacement. You hate to see that, but it does happen. Weapon breaks. The Marshals will recenter. Tells you something about how hard Pietro Monaco can swing. So resumes the fight. Probably about 10 seconds in to this 90-second round. Both fighters maintaining distance. We can bring it up a little bit. A meaningful touch there to the ribs. Fighters just seem to be changing blows. Some good technique here. Hard to see who is in the lead presently. The Marshals are keeping track, scoring the blades. Some good blocks there by Waddell. A brief tie-up there before they reset. A good Monaco making some good rib contact, creating vulnerability up top, feinting up top, and then going for the rib strike. Waddell has some power to his swings, though. This is where fatigue sets in. They're quite tired at this point. 90 seconds is a long round. It's a long time to fight. The teams are urging on their teammates. About 5 seconds in this round. Beautiful technique, even in exhaustion. And that is the round. The Marshal will end the two. A salute. The Marshals will confer to see where the score stands. Marshals are conferring the score. Each fighter retires to their corner to get some water and some advice. We are going to be sticking with the Longsword division here today. Risto, this is Spencer fighting in Longsword. I believe he has another round here. Marshall's having some conferring in the center field. Manny, are we getting any of this music in the audio? We'll keep an eye on that. Folks, we do our best to make you feel like you are in the midst of the action, but we do try to avoid picking up any copywritten music. Jake, can we bring music down just a little bit? Thank you. So once again, fighter Monaco is in the black and green Ordo Draconis tabard. Spencer Waddell fighting bare-chested, in air quotes there. He's still wearing a brig. Something that you'll notice watching compared to yesterday is the fighters have optimized their armor for dueling. In a melee, you want armor that can really take a hit from all sides, but in dueling, you really only need to worry about your assailant coming from directly in front of you. I mean, if you're worth anything as a duelist, I suppose. So lots of times, if a fighter is seriously invested in both melee and dueling, they might have different pieces depending on the event that they're running. Mateo Kraftso says, "Let's go, chop, chop, chop." Non-consensual user on YouTube says, "He looked really tired towards the end there." I would agree with you, my friend. I can't imagine how exhausting it is. 90-second rounds. It's an eternity when you're in armor and swinging a metal weapon. Marshals look to be having some sort of a discussion there, led by Mark Jackson, a veteran marshal. I don't believe he's the night marshal of this competition, but he is a respected member of the team, no doubt. Marshall's having their discussion. Once again, they have to have these discussions in between rounds because once the fighting starts, it's too late to go over these kind of details, these logistics. While we're in holding pattern here, for those of you who are watching this, maybe for the first time, maybe you stumbled upon this and you're wondering what the heck is on my Facebook feed. This is Historic Medieval Combat. This is live action, full speed, non-choreographed brutality. If you would like to learn more, you can log on to usahmb.com. You can find a chapter near you, find a contact near you to ask some questions, see if you'd like to join the fight.
They pick out those 4 judges, and they combine the scores to get the winner. And that's how that works. Does that help? That helps me.
Marshals are still having their conversation. I'm sure the fighters are happy to get a little extra respite.
All right, what do we got? We got a winner?
Folks, thank you for tuning in with us. We're excited to see some real good duels today. Looks like the fighters are returning now to the center of the list. Looks like the winner is declared as Spencer Waddell is the winner. Spencer Waddell is the winner. So Spencer Waddell will advance to the championship rounds. Next up, I believe we have Nathan Maxfield and Lorenzo Sorrentino.
Nathan, lift your sword, please.
Nathan Maxfield there in the black and red Brigadine, and Lorenzo Sorrentino in the blue and red. I believe he is representing Ursus out of the Bay Area. Team Ursus, Club Ursus rather.
Are we ready? They look ready.
So once again, that is Maxfield.
Versus Lorenzo Sorrentino. This is the Longsword competition you're experiencing, right?
Maxfield is in the black and red.
For more information, go to HMBIA.
Sorrentino is in the red and blue.
Get on the mailing list, to send to your friends, your pals, your buddies. HMBIA.info.
Sorrentino there, sporting a nasal helm. A very popular helmet in melee because it offers excellent breathability and also pretty good visibility. That's the beautiful thing about this competition, is that there are different pros and cons to different types of armor. And so begins the competition. We have 90 seconds on the clock. Sorrentino will begin aggressively. Maxfield on his heels defending. Some powerful strikes there. Beautiful crossing. Sorrentino wanting to keep a gap closed. Perhaps it is because they are the shorter fighter. They want to mitigate their opponent's reach advantage. They'll reset. Testing shot from Maxfield. Sorrentino, though, once again closing the gap. Fighters exchanging blows. They get in that bind. Sorrentino seems determined to keep that gap closed until the opportune moment. Looks like we have about 30 seconds left. Some meaningful contact there across the chest. Maxfield has been on his heels most of the fight, waiting, watching. And this is where fatigue sets in. This is where exhaustion begins to take its toll. We see more and more lockups there. An interesting low guard there. 10 seconds on the clock.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Mateo says Ursus, all caps. Stuzy on YouTube says, greetings from Indianapolis, Vernon Vanguard. Happy fights and safe fights. Well said, Stuzy. What do you think, folks? Maxfield or Sorrentino? Marshals will confer. compare numbers, see who is victorious. Meanwhile, each fighter retires to their side of the list to get some instruction from their captains, teammates, and nothing else, get a breath of fresh air, lean on that list a little bit. Back to what we were talking about, equipment. Each piece of equipment offers a different advantage, and there are lots of equipments, lots of different pieces of equipment here. Looks like the marshals are ready to announce their decision. The winner there is fighter Sorrentino in the red and blue. Lorenzo Sorrentino is the winner. His aggressive tactics paid off. What do you think, folks? Do you prefer an aggressive approach or a defensive one? What's more beneficial? So now we have our first women's competition in Longsword. We have Alexandra Nicklin in the red and gray tabard, and Julie Slavacek-Peterson, I believe is how you say her name. I apologize to the fighter if that's not how you say it. She is in the, we'll call it the white coat d'armes. Some beautiful sigil work there. So once again, we have Alexandra Nicklin versus Julie Slavacek-Peterson in the longsword division. The fighters will approach the center of the list, a salute, a sign of good sportsmanship. One fighter appears to be wearing a Spoleto helm. Fighter Nicklin offers better protection with less visibility compared to the wolf rib on Slavacek-Peterson. Some good exchanges. A worthy way to start the women's competition this weekend. Both teams, both fighters rather, showing high mobility, good swings, a brief reset, stepping in. Here's where exhaustion steps in though. Hard to keep track. I'm glad I'm not a marshal and I don't have to keep track of who's necessarily scoring the highest, because these swings are coming fast and furious. You can hear the onlookers shouting their cheers for the two fighters. Once again, 30 seconds left in the competition. Fighter Nicklin stepping forward now. But Slavacek-Peterson will keep her in check. A strategic step back. Some hacks by Slavacek-Peterson. Coach urging guard. 10 seconds left. Exhaustion setting in. Sidestep by Slavacek-Peterson, and the marshal will stop that fight. A good show of sportsmanship. Exhaustion apparent. Each fighter will retire to their side of the list. Who do you think won, folks? Who had that match in your mind? Marshals now conferring to see who emerges victorious. Moment of suspense as we wait for the verdict. So on deck, we have fighter Monaco again. He was one of our fighters in the first round, versus Colin Martino. Looks like we have a winner. The fighters will return. Slavacek Peterson will take that. A show of admiration from the two fighters. Love to see that sportsmanship. And fighters will leave the list now. And so we'll enter the next two competitors, fighter Monaco and Colin Martino. He's in the program as Anthony Monaco.
It is non-stop. It's near you. After the television or fast tea.
Anthony Martino there, getting his arms loose. I could see him jogging around the festival site this morning, getting himself warm. Marshals will examine the equipment, make sure everything is up to code. So Anthony Monaco. Both teams here are part of Ordo Draconis. Anthony Monaco will keep on his coat to arm. Colin Martino will fight bare-chested. And we'll watch this fight resume. Colin Martino closing the gap. A good show of speed and force by Monaco, but Martino will answer with the speed of his own. If you've seen Colin Martino in the 5-on-5, you know he loves to fly around the list. He's a well-conditioned fighter. Both fighters. An explosive foray there. Monaco with a good low guard. Love to hear that steel. Onlookers cheering on. Looks like the fighters are a bit of a bind. The marshals may break that up. I don't know if you saw that spark there. I could smell it from here. The ozone, that burnt metal smell. This is where fatigue has to be setting in. 90 seconds is an eternity. .30 seconds left in the competition. Monaco keeping Martino on his heels. Martino, though, will close the gap. Make some contact of his own. I don't know if the marshals will score that, though. The contact has to be meaningful. A patty tap won't do it. The fatigue is setting in. 3 seconds. And both fighters exhausted. We'll see who the winner is. Both fighters retired to their corner. Who do you think is the winner? Martino or Monaco? Once again, Monaco is the Ordo fighter in the cloth. Martino is fighting in only his brig. Marshals will confer to figure the scores. Risto says, in regards to the last fight, good-looking fighting from these women fighters. I couldn't agree more. NH says, hello everyone, got the fight streaming in my living room. We're happy to have you. Next up, we have Nathan Maxfield versus Ronan Sato. Fighters taking their corner. Marshall still conferring on the score there. User non-consensual says, these guys are bears. Yeah, they hit hard and fast. Looks like the marshals have perhaps reached a decision. Checking in with each marshal posted around the list. It takes a lot of folks to keep track of all those hits and to score the hits. Once again on deck, we have Nathan Maxfield and Ronan Sato. Nathan Maxfield was our first competitor, one of our first competitors. Ronan Sato, I don't believe he's fought yet today. You saw him in action in a pro fight yesterday. All right, marshals have their decision. again, Anthony Monaco is the winner of that contest. And that is his second fight of the day. Anyone who's done any amount of dueling will tell you that you're never as fresh as you are before that first fight. So we've heard Pietro Monaco and Anthony Monaco. He's in the program as Anthony Monaco, but Pietro Monaco is what he's been telling the master of the ring to call him. All right, once again, we have Nathan Maxfield in the red and black, and Ronan Sato. Jay, is it Sato or Sato? Sato? We'll chat with Ronan after and he can set it straight. Once again, folks, we have a lot of fighters competing. We'd love to see it. It means a lot of names. I'll get it right one day. One of his teammates, Ronan Sato's teammates, is here in the press booth with us. He tells us that Ronan here has about 20 years of experience in jiu-jitsu and other martial arts, a discipline that no doubt serves him well in this competition. So Maxfield there in the black and red, Sato in the straight black brigandine. They'll begin with caution. Sato makes the opening foray. Some fast strikes from Sato. We can hear the song of steel echoing throughout the paddock here. Lots of good speed. You can see both fighters keeping their distance, wanting to optimize their own reach, not put themselves in harm's way until they know they can make a strike. Some fast flurries from both fighters. A good feint there from Maxfield. Let us know who you're rooting for at home. Who do you think has this competition? Maxfield getting ready. This is his second fight of the day, remember? Meaningful contact there. Remember, that's what the marshals are looking for. Just tapping someone with the sword isn't enough to score you points. It has to be a meaningful strike. Fighters are coming in, measuring each other, looking to see if their opponent will make a mistake, give them an opening. Maxfield on the offense, keeping Sato on his heels. As time goes on, those strikes get harder and harder to block and harder to throw. Fighters obviously experiencing a severe degree of fatigue with about 5 seconds left. One last explosive push of energy from Maxfield. And that's the fight. The marshals will collaborate and score. Who do you think had it? Who do you think won? Maxfield or Sato? Once again, Maxfield is in the black and the red brigandine. No doubt he's feeling the effects of exhaustion. I think that's Micah Krug there from Cerberus, who's giving him some pointers. And then Ronan Sato is in the all-black brigandine, talking with the Ordo Draconis team captain. Both seem to be in good spirits. The marshals are conferring, counting their points. We'll see who the winner is. The suspense is building. Marshals love to keep us on our toes. The winner is Ronan Sato. Ronan Sato will take that one. All right, next up in the Longsword division, we have Helena Harlow and Adria Eaton. Check that, looks like we've had a change. Change of programs. We have Ace Eaton. Oh, there's been a change. Check that. Ronan Sato was not, in fact, the winner. It was Nathan Maxfield. We have a redaction from our Marshals Corps. Once again, Nathan Maxfield has won that competition. A little Miss Universe moment there. Y'all remember that. My wife was actually in there at that event in person when that happened. Awkward. But hey, that's live production for you, folks. The audience doesn't know what's going to happen, and there's a good chance that your host here, myself, doesn't know what is happening. All right, so we haven't had a change of programming, so we're looking to see who is going to be fighting. This is the Longsword division. We have another women's competition. Looks like we have Alexandra Nicklin, returning to the list. And then Ace Eaton. Well, they're both wearing, it looks to be they're both wearing a red. Ace Eaton appears to be in the Bear Brigandine. And Alexandra Nicklin in the gray and red tabard. We have 90 seconds on the clock. Fighters are getting ready. Looks like our marshal is speaking with Nicklin. Looks like Alexandra Nicklin is leaving the list. There may have been some confusion in the schedule. Once again, folks, the schedule of today's events is a living, breathing document. We are making some adjustments for injuries and the like. We have another fighter ending the list. This could potentially be Helena Harlow. Change of the schedule. We have another fighter entering the list. This is Helena Harlow, to confirm. In the Italian helmet, the black and steel armor. So Helena Harlow is wearing the blackened armor with the navy blue brig. Ace Eaton, the nasal helm with the red brig. And so we'll begin this second women's dueling event. Fighters begin with a show of sportsmanship. Some powerful strikes from Harlow there. Eaton not to be outdone though, throwing some strikes of her own. Both fighters, again, you can see the discipline here. The fighters are keeping their distance to stay out of range until they are the ones that can throw the strike. They want to enter the zone of danger here. The reach of their opponent, that is, on their own terms. Fighters weighing each other, calculating, looking for an opening. Not content to just mash the pommels of their swords against one another. They're looking to score meaningful contact, score some points, and advance. Helena Harlow staying loose on her feet there. Some excellent footwork. But a good strike by Ace Eaton. Harlow is advancing to keep Eaton on her toes. Some powerful strikes, a good block there. Both fighters trying to stay loose, conserve their energy. Eaton will advance. 10 seconds left. Exhaustion beginning to set in, and the fight is stopped. All right, folks, who do you think has this one? Helena Harlow or Ace Eaton? A good showing from both of them. Mateo says, let's go Ace. Little discussion in the chat about helmets. As we've been saying, different helmets have different pros and cons. Various helmets offer a closed visor, maximum facial protection, but at the expense of visibility and breathing. Whereas the nasal The nasal is often thought, the example of an Ace Eaton there is wearing a nasal helm. That's often thought as a good middle ground between the two, balancing both. Good protection, good breathing. And Ace Eaton is the winner of that competition. A hug from the two, a show of sportsmanship. I believe next we are returning to the men's competition. Let me check my schedule here. I believe we have Spencer Waddell versus Colin Martino. The marshal, Mark Jackson, observing the arm of the two competitors. Once again, we have Colin Martino in the black brig, Spencer Waddell in the black brig with the, let's call it a green and yellow pattern there. Fighters will hug it out in the center, a mutual show of respect. Spencer Waddell won his first contest of the day. Colin Martino did not. Colin Martino is no doubt hungry. Fighter Martino will keep his distance as Spencer Waddell has a size advantage and a reach advantage. Martino has to be careful. Some fantastic footwork there. Good strikes. Spencer is keeping Martino on his heels, but not to be outdone, Martino advances. Looking to take advantage of his opponent's size and the larger targets they create. Both fighters circling one another. Martino looking for an opening. You hear a Draconis cheer from a teammate. Some fantastic clash of steel. A good score there by Spencer Waddell. Colin looking to get loose. Trying to stay limber. Not an easy feat after a day of competition yesterday. Colin Martino will stay out of his opponent's reach until he's ready for a strike. A lock, 10 seconds. One last foray. A good deflection by Spencer Waddell. And the fight is over. The fight is over. What do you think, folks? Who has this one? We want to hear from you. Who do you think won? Spencer Waddell or Colin Martino? Greg Rice says breathing is definitely much easier in a grill than a closed face helm. Greg, I couldn't agree with you more. The wolf ribs offer theoretically the best breathing because your breath is nearly completely unobstructed, your airway, that is. The trade-off, though, they don't offer as much facial protection, but for some fighters, the risk is worth it. The marshals are discussing, calculating the points of each fighter. This is your last chance to place your bets, folks. Who do you think has it? I'm sorry, I just slurped my water bottle directly into the microphone. I apologize. Watching my director cringe. You'd think all my years in television I'd learn not to do that. Don't gargle water into a microphone. Sorry if I overshare, folks. I feel like we know each other. Those of you who have been watching all of the competition yesterday, I feel like we've become friends. I don't know if you guys like me, but I definitely like you. I appreciate your chat. I appreciate your comments. I appreciate you setting the record straight when I mess something up. You know, we've been saying it all weekend, folks. That's why we're glad that we have this live stream, and we're glad that you guys watch, and we're glad that you comment. We're glad that you chat, because that's why we do this. We want this to be a community affair. This fight is just as much about you at home as it is the fighters in the list. All right, and it looks like the marshals reached a decision. Spencer Waddell is the winner of that competition. A show of sportsmanship, a hug between the two. Spencer Waddell, a salute to the crowd as he leaves the list. Let's take a look at who's next, yeah?
Alexander Nicklin and Helen Harwood. Helen Harwood to my left, Alexander to my right.
Looks like we have Alexander Nicklin and Helena Harlow. And we're still in the Longsword division. We have Alexander Nicklin in the red and gray, and Helena Harlow in the black Italian armor with the navy blue brig. A teammate there making sure that the visor is locking in place. You don't want that to come up. That's a recipe for disaster there. So folks, who do you think has this one? Helena Harlow or Alexander Nicklin? Place your bets in the chat.
And then after that, the Lorenzo Sorrentino will face off against Robert Santo. Stand by, people.
Folks, we appreciate you sticking with us here through thick and thin this weekend. We know that our signal hasn't been excellent. That is because just the nature of these events, we get a beautiful country space out here in the rolling hills of Southern California. The trade-off for finding a venue this amazing is that the internet reception, we can only do so much. So we appreciate you sticking with us and watching regardless. And begins the fight between Helena Harlow in the black armor and Alexander Nicklin. A lot of energy coming off between the two. I can't see from here, but it looks like Helena Harlow's visor might be bouncing a bit. I know they were having trouble on the sideline. I don't know, maybe you all have a better view than I. Lots of energy between these two fighters, both optimizing their offense. Some potent swings, good rotation there for the power shots. This is where fatigue sets in though. Those power shots are costly. Nicklin keeping her opponent on her toes, but Harlow returning with some strikes of her own. Some good footwork between the two. Coach on the side shouting, circle, circle. Minding, or rather instructing the fighters to mind their footwork. A good exchange there from Harlow. Exhaustion now, becoming very evident. A step and a half by Harlow, blocked by Alexander Nicklin. The fight has to be drawing to a close here. We don't have an exact time, but it's got to be. There's the fight. All right, the fighters will return to their corners and the marshals will confer to gather their score. Who do you think had it, folks? We want to hear from you. Place your bets in the chat. Stuzy says, fantastic fights all around. Greg Rice had a comment for Spencer Waddell. He says, nice job, Spencer. Zai the Guy says, Wakanda forever. And there's a reference to the Knights of Wakanda. It is a armored combat club featuring black athletes. Love to see diversity and representation in the sport, as this is a sport that's practiced all over the world. Knights of Wakanda, they got an awesome Instagram page. Go follow them. All right, the marshals are calling the fighters back to the center. Looks like we have a winner announced. It looks like Alexander Nicklin is the winner. A hug between the two, despite the exhaustion, making time for a show of support. So next up, we should have Ace Eaton versus Julie Slavacek-Peterson. Once again, we're expecting Ace Eaton versus Julie Slavacek-Peterson. Ace Eaton is there in the nasal helm and the red armor, or red brig, excuse me. Julie Slavacek-Peterson is in the white and we'll call it a white, the white cloth with the looks to be maybe a lion sigil on the back. Marshals inspecting armor, make sure there's no weaknesses, no violations. Fighters come to the center of the list. And so begins the fight. Both fighters taking measure of each other. Some good contact there. Slavicek Peterson pushing her opponent back. Ace Eaton put into the corner. Ace will create some distance here. A shove and a good strike to the head. The fighters just trading blows here. Here, I believe it's Dylan Sweeney, one of Ace's teammates, shouting some encouragement, some instruction. A good feint there by Slavicek Peterson. Pushing bind. Both Eaton and Slavicek Peterson looking to match each other on aggression. Slavicek Peterson pushing her opponent into the list again. Eaton keeping her distance until she's ready to make a hit. Teams measuring again. We're probably about halfway through our time. Both fighters looking for an opening. 10 seconds. Our Marshal, Mark Jackson, will break the fight. Who do you think, folks? Let us know in the chat. Ace Eaton versus Julie Slavicek Peterson. Eaton is the fighter in the red brig. Slavicek Peterson in the white. Who do you think has this one? So after 90 seconds of competition, the marshals will count to see how many points each one has scored. It is absolutely a beautiful day. Absolutely. And we got the shade. That's nice. I was chatting with Gage Maverick there. He's our master of the ring. Fella in the Peaky Blinders hat. He was in a kilt yesterday. Folks, let us know where you're watching from. We're excited to be streaming live from all over the world. And we'll see who's the winner. And Julie Slavicek Peterson is the winner there. A show of sportsmanship, a hug from her opponent, Ace Eaton. Well fought on both sides. Thought for a second maybe their armor was hooked. That does happen. Now, we'll see who's next. Looks like we have Lorenzo Sorrentino versus Ronan Sato. Clash of Californians here. Ronan Sato, hailing from Southern California, and Lorenzo Sorrentino from Northern California. That blue and red coat d'armes with the white bear is the sign of the club Ursus in the Bay Area. I believe they fight out of San Jose. Though they didn't field a team for 5-on-5, we are happy to have them competing here. I believe some of them were murking out or were fighting as mercenaries for other teams. And of course they are competing under their own colors in the dueling competition. We're happy to have them. The more the merrier. Fighters are reporting to the center of the list. Fighters are coming to the center. We're still in the Longsword division, everyone. Here's Ronan Sato. You'll notice Ronan Sato has quite a height advantage, but Lorenzo Sorrentino did well to overcome the reach of his opponent last time by making up for it with more than enough aggression. So we'll see what he comes up with now. A salute to the two, touching the swords. Love to see that. Love to see that show of respect. Some speed for the two. Lots of speed. Sorrentino looking to be sitting back this time, but there it is. A high guard, shoving his opponent into the list. Ronan Sato looking to match his opponent's aggression. You see a high guard versus a low guard there. Oh, that was a good hit. I heard that from here. Sorrentino able to push his opponents back with powerful strikes. Sato looking for an opening. A good exchange, good footwork. We're probably about halfway through this competition. Sorrentino sitting back, analyzing, looking for an opening. Sato just trying to keep his opponent off of him. Both teams, fighters rather, looking to catch their breath and look for an opening. What do you think, folks? Is it better to be aggressive or calculating? Which is better in a duel? And that'll do it for the fight. Fighters will catch their breaths, share a few words before returning to their corners, and the marshals will calculate the scores. See who's our winner here. Mike Carl Actual on YouTube says he's watching from Rochester, New York. Non-consensual says, Lorenzo gives you a hug before pummeling you. I like his style. Greg Rice says he's watching from the northwestern suburbs of Chicago, Illinois. Greg, thanks for watching, man. We are happy to have an engaged audience. We're just marching through this rundown here. Folks, thanks for commenting, thanks for chatting. We are happy to have you. Bob Barrett on Facebook says he's watching from near Portland, Oregon. Broadcast looks great. Bob, thanks for tuning in. I'm sure you're rooting for your home team, Cerberus Emesis. Michael Henningsen says, watching from Denmark. We love to have the Danes watching us, scoping out the competition. We have much love to our friends in Denmark. Mike Quick says, watching from the Florida Keys. Ronan Sato is the winner of this one. We'll see what's next on the docket. We are maybe approaching our first break here. Looks to be Alexandra Nicklin versus Ace Eaton. Check that. Check that. Okay, looks like we have a few more rounds here. Ace Eaton returning to the list. Not much rest for her. She was up just a few rounds ago. Ace Eaton is, of course, in the solid red Brigadine. She is facing off against Alexandra Nicklin in the red and gray. Both teams are making their way to this, I'm sorry, I keep saying teams. I'm still in 5-5 mindset. Some great fights yesterday. If you missed it, we got the whole thing on YouTube. Go to the Buhurt League YouTube page. Should be the last video before this one. And both fighters will take the center of the list. Maintaining close contact there. Ace Eaton coming out with the power shots. Alexandra Nicklin answering with a few strikes of her own. Both fighters just looking to hack each other to pieces. Ooh, that's what we call a squishy hit. When you swing, you just hear a dull thud instead of a sharp clang. Both fighters alternating between aggressive and tentative. Making some strikes, but then resetting to reset their guard and analyze the moves of their opponents. Fighters are swinging. Lots of blade-on-blade clashes here. Some pushing there by Ace Eaton. Nicklin on her heels.
They're bringing it home, guys. Let's feel their energy. Is it going to be Ace or Alexandra?
Looks to be about just a few seconds left.
Getting some encouragement from their coaches from the sidelines.
And that's the fight.
Fight stop, weapons down.
We're joined now by our master of the ring, Mr. Gage Maverick, here in the booth. Gage, let me scoot over a little bit, make some room here.
Hello, everybody. Hope you guys are enjoying at home in your comfy couches, maybe, or just maybe at the sports pub. You got it on the big screen at the sports pub somewhere?
Yeah, we've got some people watching from all over the world. We've got some of our friends in Denmark watching.
Have a pint for me, Denmark.
Not sure what time of day it is where you're watching. It might be coffee time, well, Bloody Mary time, right?
Maybe in Denmark, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It could be early time.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere,
It
right?
is. It's happy hour, 5 o'clock somewhere. All right, got an announcement coming shortly.
And it looks like the marshals have their verdict.
Will it be ace or will it be...
I'll let you hear it from the master of ceremonies himself.
Ace takes it home. Congratulations, nice job, Alexandra Nicklin. And we have our final heat coming up now. Helena Harlow and Julie Slovak-Peterson into the list. We're going to end it on 2 female competitions, and we're going to take a short break. We're going to come right back. Follow this guy on social media. Landon Burke is our live stream guy. By the way, what can we tell the audience about the live stream? How do we get involved with the live stream?
Yeah, so if the folks want to watch the live stream, they can go on to Buhurt League's YouTube or Facebook. So that's Buhurt League, and we are streaming this live all across the world. We got folks watching as far away as Denmark and Australia right now, so we are truly live all over the world.
That is amazing. This internet thing is fantastic, isn't it? Allows us to do all kinds of things. I'll see you guys in a minute.
Yeah, it looks like the marshals are conferring here. We have Helena Harlow and looks like we have Helena Harlow in the black armor and Julie Slovacek-Peterson in the white. Some fantastic strikes there. Some good rotation to bring the power. An exchange of blows there. Fighters are no doubt digging deep. They're getting tired. Family Crew is watching from Russia. Thanks for tuning in, Family Crew. Looks like Risto is watching from. Is that I have it just on my phone? Looks like the flag of Greece, maybe. Risto says, "Do you people know the scheduled fighting order, category order?" Just asking because it's already 10 p.m. in Finland. Well, it's going to be a late night for you, Risto. We're just getting started here. But the good news, Risto, is you can watch this all the next morning, because as soon as we're done, you can watch it on demand on YouTube, so you can pick up where you left off when you need to go to sleep. Slovacek-Peterson with some good strikes there. Helena Harlow answering with some of her own. Both fighters looking to stay out of range, but this is where fatigue settles in. Both fighters are no doubt under those helmets gasping for air. Mark Jackson, the marshal, is getting ready to drop the flag. Looks like we are closing in the last few seconds of this round.
It's all about energy preservation. That's a major tactic and a major strategy incorporated by these fighters.
And it looks like that'll do it for this round.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That was our final battle for this prelim, this pool competition, this round robin.
Mark Jackson, the marshal, having some closing remarks for Helena Harlow. Looking to confer with his corner judges, or corner marshals, pardon me. Count some scores.
So who will it be, ladies and gentlemen? Will it be Helena Harlow or Julie Slovak-Peterson? Who do you want to win this one?
Shirts. Oh, yeah, official shirts.
Official shirts, you got them right over here.
We got a
$25 each.
we got an announcement. Gage, you want to hold those up?
Yeah, if you could see me, I'll show this to the live stream on it.
Oh, here, let me scoot over a little bit.
Yeah, there's the front, and here is the back. Get your swag. I guess you can get these online. To go to the website.
Joe.
Get them, Joe. Where do they get them online?
You get them through the website usahmb.com.
All right, thank you very much, Joe. All right, and with that,
Everybody right
let's
here.
return to the list here.
We got our announcement here in the final round.
And the winner is Julie Slovacek-Peterson.
Check Peterson, everybody.
A hug for her opponent.
Nicely done. So we'll have standings in just a little while. Just as we wait for some time. Meanwhile, we're taking a 15-minute
All right, folks, we're going to take a brief break, but don't go anywhere. The competition resumes after this. Next up, we are going to the Sword and Shield division. It's personally my favorite event to watch. We'll get started here soon, but until then, we're going to take a brief break. Manny, let's go ahead and take the God Cam, and let's go ahead. Folks, don't be worried. We're going to kill the audio just so that we can pump up the music around here and we don't get docked for copyright infringement. All right, folks, we'll be back in about 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
So yeah, if you want to get your picture taken, guys, with the knight, join us over here in the center. We are about to get ready though. All right. So at the moment, we need Nicholas Homa and Colin Martineau to join us to begin this next round of battles, followed by Buhurt League and Anthony Monaco. Or, I know he said his name was. All right. Nicholas Homa and Colin Martineau. This is the Shield competition. Ladies and gentlemen, for our audience, this is the Shield competition. But yeah, if you look over to your left, audience, you'll see the knight. If you guys will take pictures with the knight, there he is. You can get photos of this gentleman decked out in the beautiful armor of the day. Oh, yeah, because you were, no, you were in the, let's update it. Get it right. This is the Shield. Yes, I guess they're going to win. So just you have some fight. Yeah, collected. Okay. So that means the problem is Nicholas will fight back to back. All right, so we get a bit of an adjustment here. So we do have Nicholas Homa and Colin Martineau fighting now. Then Nicholas will come right back after a brief break, fight again against Ronan Sato, followed by Bo Ring and Landon Morris. This is the Shield competition. So we got the schedule adjustment. All right. How close are we? Once again, I know you guys have many choices. We thank you for being here, guys. Historic Medieval Battle, HMB. For more information, join HMBIA.info. Get all your info there for upcoming events. To sign up, get involved, be active in your Medieval Battle community. So yesterday, we had some amazing 5-on-5 competitors. We had our top 3 advancing to the Battle of the Nations in Romania. That was an amazing day yesterday, 5-on-5 competition. 3 of those teams advanced. Colin Martineau, 1 minute to report to the list or you will forfeit. Colin Martineau, we await your arrival. Show yourself, Colin Martineau. Hurry, hurry. The countdown begins.
Hey everybody, welcome back. We are back for more HMB USA action. We're getting ready to continue with our day of dueling, as it were, but now we are switching to, I believe, the Sword and Shield event. Let's take a look at who we have first. We are expecting Nicholas Homa and Colin Martineau in the list here. We're getting started shortly. Colin Martineau is making his way up.
Again, we do the same thing. We do the weapons inspection, the armor inspection to make sure everything is good.
Marshall's here inspecting armor.
It's the same. Is it 90 seconds? So we have
So Nicholas Homa is there with the blue and red shield. And Colin Martineau is in the far corner in the black brigandine. Expecting him at a holding pattern for about a minute. We can see some of Martineau's teammates running over to him, perhaps giving him maybe letting him borrow a shield mitten. Looks like it. Colin Martineau, this guy just keeps going. He did the 5-on-5, he did the longsword duels, and now the sword duels. A hug, show of sportsmanship. And here we go, Nicholas Homa versus Colin Martineau. All right, Nicholas Homa coming out with some speed, but Martineau countering. Lots of speed there. Some aggressive moves by Colin Martineau. Nicholas Homa. I like to call that the crow stance, that guard. The Marshals will distance themselves from the list. Look at these fighters fly around. They have to be exhausted with the energy that they're throwing. No joke. Martineau will take a step back to reset. A good fury there. Flurry, I should say. Nick Homa going for the leg shots. Distance there. Interesting, two different approaches to theirs. Nick Homa is maintaining his motion, looking to throw some feints. Colin Martineau. It's always fun to see different styles clash and see how they fare against one another. Different guards, different... Nick Homa with a bit of a testing shot there, covering his top with his shield while he goes for a low shot. It's amazing to see the speed at which they can throw these cuts. Martineau retreating there, only to advance forward, going for a low shot, but Homa will counter with a headshot. 10 seconds left in this competition. And that's the fight. The fighters will return to their corners. What do you think, folks? You watching at home? Place your bets in the chat. Nick Homa or Colin Martineau? Who do you think had that one? Once again, Nick Homa is the one in the wolf rib helmet with the blue. Colin Martineau is the fighter in the, looks to be a Spoleto helm with the black brig. Risto says, yay, Sword and Shield. I agree, it is my favorite too. Katie, looks like Stearns on YouTube is asking a question about polearms. Polearms is after sword and buckler. So first we're going to do our sword and shield, then sword and buckler, and then polearms afterward. And let's see who the winner is. The winner is Nicholas Homa. A hug between the two. The fighters will leave the list. Marshals are having a chat. We have something of a playoff bracket scheduled, so the winners, I believe, will later in the day, toward the end of the competition, they'll be meeting up again, so we can decide who's the true winner. Let's see who's up next. Looks like the Marshals are chatting to see who's up next. We'll punch in there. Marshall's having a chat with our master of the ring. And this is the part where, you know, planning a tournament, you got to be flexible. Got to figure some stuff out. Got to make it work. For those of you who are just joining us, we are live in Temecula, California for the 2022 national qualifier for HMB USA. Yesterday we had some awesome 5-on-5 competition. We saw the melee matches. We had a 5-on-5 round-robin tournament. The winners, or the top 3 finishers of that tournament, are going on to represent the men's teams as teams 1, 2, and 3 respectively at Battle of the Nations in Romania. First place, spoiler alert, if you want to watch the tournament for yourself, you've got about 5 seconds to jump out of the stream. Okay, first place finish was Cerberus Emesis. Check that. First place was Knaz USA, second place was Cerberus Emesis, and third place was Ordo Draconis Alpha Squadron. So Knaz USA, their 5-on-5 team will represent the USA as the first seeded USA men's team. Cerberus will be the second USA team, and Ordo Draconis Alpha will be the third. So there were some questions in the chat earlier about what about the women's 5-on-5, because we didn't get to see any women 5-on-5s yesterday. The women's seeding has already been determined. So today, however, we are getting to see some women duels, so we're excited about that. So I believe what's happening here, as far as the sword and shield contest goes, is that we had Nick Homa, who just competed and just won in this heat, is getting a few minutes to rest and relax before he competes again. We had to make some scheduling changes. But that was the last word as of 30 minutes ago, and a lot can change whenever you're watching a tournament here. Those of you who are watching, we appreciate you tuning in. We appreciate you liking, sharing, subscribing. We're very grateful to our friends at Buhurt League for letting us carry this on their YouTube and Facebook and Twitch channels. There's some great fights to see. We recommend that you check them out. And we want to thank you for tuning in and for chatting with us, for sharing your feedback, because the reason that we do these live streams is because we love you guys, frankly. We love the fans. We want the fans to be happy. We want the fans to be part of the action. So whenever you are able to tune in and chat and share with us, we are happy to hear it. Looks like Uwe Zimba says hello, watching from Germany. Prism says she is from the Keys, but she is watching from Cali. Thank you very much for watching, Prism. Bob Barrett watching from Portland, and Michael Henningsen from Denmark. We are happy to have you guys watching. So we are in the sword and shield competition. Looks like Ronan Sato. You hear a little bit of cheering for Landon Morris. Because keep in mind, we are broadcasting out of Southern California right now, and there's a team, Ordo Draconis, represents fighters from Southern California, so they're the home team. As it were, so they got some folks out here. So our master of ceremonies, Gage Maverick, is approaching. Okay. Nicholas Homa, the winner of the previous competition, the match you just saw, is jumping right back in the list. You can see him armoring up there, getting inspected by the marshals, and he looks to be fighting Ronan Sato, I believe is what we heard. So he'll be called to the list here, called out of the bullpen. Let's see his towering figure making his way forward. So Nicholas Homa, you just saw him. He's the fighter in the blue Brigadine. And then Ronan Sato, the very tall fighter in the black Brigadine with it looks like the Nadler Metalcrafts shield, the unadorned cream-colored shield. What do you think at home? Do you prefer a painted shield or you prefer it plain? Well, here's a better question. For those of you who had fought, how long did it take until your beautifully painted shield got totally ruined from all the sword and axe hits it took? Fighters will salute each other. So this is Nick Homa versus Ronan Sato. And here we go. Different approaches there. Love to watch, a beautiful flourish there by Homa. This guy has got some stamina. You remember he was just fighting the round before. We took a brief, not even 5-minute break for him to catch his breath, and he's already back. Man, it is a pleasure to watch him fight. Ronan Sato scoring some points of his own. Nick Homa is a very interesting tactic there, where he will, you see it there. He shields his head while he goes for the low strike. In a sense, dueling is all about calculating risks. You ideally want to make an attack while minimizing your own vulnerability. Beautiful exchange there. Fantastic to watch. A high cut there by Homa. Answered with a vertical chop. Homa goes in for a low crouch. Give his target, or his opponent, a smaller target. A good answer. A good exchange. Who do you think, folks, as we enter the last 10 seconds of this competition, who do you think has it? Saito or Homa? Both looking to get in maybe one more good hit, and that's the fight. Marshal Mark Jackson will stop that fight. Our Marshal Mark Jackson there, he's the tall fella with the white beard, the glasses. He has actually been knighted by I believe it's the Order of St. Anne for his contribution to the sport. As someone who's trained under him, I know his impact on this sport can't be understated. So the winner is Nicholas Homa, a second win for Homa, back-to-back. Can't imagine how tiring that has to be. One duel alone is exhausting, let alone two of them. All right, the marshal's changing. Next up we have so we have another change in the schedule, so we'll just see what happens, folks. We're expecting Bo Ring and Landon Morris, so says our Master of Ceremonies. So folks, what's been your favorite moment so far on this stream here as we begin this second portion of the dueling competitions? Let us know what you think. Love to hear your comments in the chat. So once again, we're expecting Bo Ring and Landon Morris in the list. This is going to be another sword and shield. All right, here we go. Bo Ring, look at that. A leopard print coat to arm of sorts. So that, I have to assume that's Bo Ring there in the black and the yellow tabard. Landon Morris in the, looks to be a kind of a green and gray. We can see him saluting the crowd. This is, after all, his local community. Landon Morris, in addition to being an impassioned medieval historian, is also a very skilled jeweler. A good show of sportsmanship between the two. They will hug and touch swords, and let's watch them begin. Fighters are getting in ready position. The first strike is Landon Morris's. Another test. Oh, I don't know if you heard that, but our Maverick, our MC Gage Maverick says Landon Morris has previously competed in medieval times, which is of course a choreographed event. This is not. And look at him go. Some good exchanges. Fun to watch these two go at it. Landon Morris encircling his opponent. Bo Ring looking to exchange equal parts steel. Both favoring a high guard there. You can see Landon Morris smiling from underneath his wolf rib helmet. We'd love to see that friendly competition. Bo Ring is approaching it cautiously, not trying to open himself up. Landon Morris scoring a good flourish of hits there. A salute from his opponent.
Outside out of the way is that sound of the night.
Lots of motion on these two. Lots of moving around. Bowring is going to try to push Landon Morris against the list. Another smile from underneath that wolf helm. About 10 seconds left this round. And that's where Landon Morris is going for another fine flourish. Look at that, and the fight is stopped. Both fighters will give a hug. Love to see that friendly competition. Fighters return to their corners. The marshals will discuss their findings, calculate their scores, see who comes out on top. Melody Ferguson says Bo Ring is a Jaguar Knight. Comment from Michelle Burt, my own mother, who I love very much. She says the leopard print coat of arms is her favorite. I agree, Mom. Thanks for watching. Love you lots. Marshals seem to have reached their verdict. Marshals just seem to be finalizing. Looks like they have their verdict. And the winner of this competition is Landon Morris. Another hug between Landon Morris and Bo Ring. Landon Morris definitely appears to be the hometown favorite. Lots of cheering in the stands for him. Looks like we have a standings update. Manny, can we listen in on this? We'll listen in to our master of ceremonies here,
Yes.
Gage Maverick.
Yes. So we're doing the weapons inspection. I see one fighter.
Check that. Looks like
This
the
is Ronan.
standings is coming in just a moment.
This is Colin.
With Colin Martineau entering the list. Colin Martineau, the fighter in the Spoleto helm with the black brigandine. Calling in, I believe Ronan Sato is the next competitor against Colin Martineau. With that, it appears we are drawing to a close on our sword and shield competition. I wish I could list you guys off all the competitors, but frankly, we don't know. Like we said, this is the final day of a weekend-long tournament, and as such, this is a sport that is prone to injury. So we do lose some people. We lose some people along the way. That happens. So it looks like we're waiting on Ronan Sato to come to the list. Colin Martineau getting looked over by the captain of his Ordo Draconis team, who themselves placed third in yesterday's melee competition, round robin. And here's Ronan Sato entering the list. Just the tower of a man, the black brigandine with the wolf rib helmet. That insignia on, I believe that's his Aventail there. I believe that is for the Los Angeles Golden Knights. Is that the name of the club? The local team, yeah. Right now, I believe Ronan is fighting as a mercenary, but the Golden Knights is a team in a different league. So that's what I believe that's actually called the proper term for that would be the diocese, the dual cross. Here we are, Colin Martineau and Ronan Sato. Martineau is, of course, the fighter in the... Well, they're both wearing black brigandine, aren't they? How about this? Ronan Sato is the taller of the two. Martineau is the approaching fighter now. You heard a nice from Ronan Sato after Colin Martineau made meaningful contact. You love to see that. Good exchange of blows. Oh, you heard him say, nice one. Love to see that sportsmanship. To the untrained eye, this seems like a barbaric sport, but in reality, there's a great amount of sportsmanship and respect between the two competitors. You have to have a lot of respect for these fighters, as they have to be just brutally exhausted at this point. Especially Colin Martineau here. He's fought in nearly every event there is. 10 seconds left. Colin Martineau is going to take these last 10 seconds, and that's it. Gesture of sportsmanship between the two, a hug. Observation from our master of the ring, Gage Maverick. The finesse and tacticality of the duels is really on display compared to the 5-on-5.
And you see them doing specifically for parts of the body, the head, the torso, swiping at the legs, knowing what the point that means to them, so they know what they either have to or.
Marshals are conferring here. See if they can come to a consensus. Putting their heads together.
We have one more in this one, one more female balanced, and we'll take the three.
Our Master of Ceremonies has told us that we have one more sword on shield bout before we take another brief recess.
So Shoshana and Kelsey Gentry, please stand by.
This will be Shoshana Shellens and Kelsey Gentry. Within the HMB community, Shoshana has something of a mononym. That's all you need to hear. Shoshana, we know who you're talking about. Oh, check that. Looks like they're making a change to the schedule. Looks like we have a tie. We have a tie between Ronan Sato and Colin Martineau. We're adding a 30-second additional round. So Ronan Sato and Colin Martineau will return to the list.
30 seconds of sheer madness, baby. 30 seconds. Winner go home. Winner go home. Let's go, guys. Hey, audience, on your feet to this. Audience, on your feet.
All right, here we go. Here's our playoff round. Colin Martineau and Ronan Sato. It's going to be a question, who wants it more? And here it is. The competition begins. Both teams renewed by the prospect of being within an arm's length of victory. Colin Martineau giving some exploding strikes, but Ronan Sato answering with strikes of his own. Overhead chop after overhead chop, mixing it up now. With only 30 seconds on the line, the fighters can't afford to hold back. They have to let loose. And here it is. And that's the fight. We'll see what that does for the standings. Another hug. Well, these fighters are digging deep now. Risto has an observation. He sees many U.S. fighters using shields held with one hand, saying that it might have something to do with the SCA. Greg Rice answers that center boss shield is very popular in the SCA. Greg's comment, there can only be one. Well put, Greg.
So who will be? Ronan Sato or Colin Martineau? Who will be?
So the marshals are conferring, figuring out who is the winner here.
How many of you want the spot right around, I said? Thank you. Proves my point. I'll be here all week, guys. You can brush that and wait staff that we're going to do. Tough crowd. Tough crowd. Tough crowd.
All right, fighters being called to the center. We'll see if we have a verdict as to who won this competition. Colin Martineau will take his first dueling victory of the day. A hard-fought win that came down to a bonus round of sudden elimination, if you will. So now we have Shoshana and Kelsey Gentry. Shoshana, the fighter in the black brig with the crow coat of arms on the shield. Kelsey Gentry is the fighter in the black and green brig. And the two will embrace center field. A show of civility and sportsmanship before savagery. Both appear to be using a clap visor. So Shoshana on the right, Kelsey Gentry on the left. Time is ready, and 90 seconds. Look at that speed. What an exchange. Some low blows, and out of return on the top. I tell you what, folks, it's hard to commentate on this just because they move so quickly. They can swing the sword faster than I can get a word out. And Shoshana will close the gap. A good flourish by Gentry there. Shoshana will approach her opponent. The two will take measure of each other. Gentry will close the gap. A back and forth exchange. Shoshana approaching again. A flourish there before a strike. Some low hits. Countering up top. A fantastic strike. Some beautiful sword work there. Shoshana approaching again. A reset. This is where fatigue sets in. The fighters have to dig deep. Fine back and forth. And that is the round. A bow from Shoshana to Gentry. If you didn't hear earlier, Shoshana, known within the HMB circuit as a mononym. You say Shoshana, we know exactly who you're talking about. Good show between the two. We have to imagine fatigue is very real at this point. Both fighters return to their corner. Marshals will confer. What do you think, chat? Who do you think won that one? Let us know. Love to hear from you. I believe this is going to be our last Sword and Shield bout before we take a brief break. Marshall's still chatting things out. The yellow huddle. Whole lot of yellow in them. We have some standings. There we go. So what we're doing here, folks, is we're doing a proper tournament where we're doing our opening rounds of all the different weapon groups. It looks like the marshals are calling the fighters back in. The winner is Shoshana. Another show of respect from the opponents. Our opponent, Kelsey Gentry. Here we show sportsmanship. All right, Manny, let's take the anchor cam here. Folks, we are going to take another 30-minute break very briefly while we reset, give our fighters time to rest. When we come back in roughly 30 minutes from now, we are going to begin our buckler competition, sword and buckler. So, we hope you will stick with us. We will see you 30 minutes from now. Until then, take care, everyone. Get some lunch, get some coffee, maybe a glass of mead, but we'll be back here in a half hour. Hey everybody, we're back. Jumping in the middle of this round. Some sword and buckler action. Teams going to 5 hits. Looks like we're on waiting to see.
Next competitors, Ace and Kelsey Gentry. Stand by. Ace and Kelsey Gentry.
That's another point and stop fight. That was Bo Ring versus Colin Martineau. Bo Ring there in the black and yellow tabard with the cheetah print fringes there. Colin Martineau in the black brigandine. So unlike the sword and shield elements, buckler is first to 5 meaningful points. So when we say a meaningful point, we mean, you know, a meaningful hit, like where a solid hit with the sword, not like a glancing blow, like we want it to count. So sword and buckler goes, but you'll notice that the pace of sword and buckler is much quicker, and the fighters really come out of the gates swinging harder and going faster because they're not on the, well, they are on the clock, there's a time limit, but they are, it's first to 5. And so, I mean, if those 5 hits happen real quick, well, then that's the round. So once again, this is Bo Ring and Colin Martineau. Looks like the marshals have conferred, or perhaps we are getting ready for a second round. We're ready for a second round here, that is. It's Colin Martineau in the black, Bo Ring in the black and yellow. A good 1-2 exchange there. No points scored. Looking to see if the marshals. And there he is. Colin Martineau catching his opponent's sword, capitalizing. And Colin Martineau just unloading on his opponent. Bo Ring stepping forward, not yielding. Both fighters approaching with some degree of caution. But Colin Martineau closing the gap, going in, and that'll be 5. The marshals have stopped the fight. And we'll see some deliberation here. See who has won. Thank you for those of you who have been sticking with us all morning long. We are really happy to have you. I am your eye in the sky, Landon Burke. And we are here for day 2 of the HMB USA 2022 National Qualifier. Yesterday it was all about the melee, the 5-on-5. Today it is about the duels. We've already seen a couple of categories, the preliminary rounds. We had the longsword, the sword and shield. Now we're in the buckler. What we're expecting to do is after the sword and buckler competition, the preliminaries that is, we are expecting to go to the polearm section of the competition. And then once we have gotten through all the preliminary rounds of every various category, we're going to return for a playoffs of sorts. All right, Bo Ring is the winner of this competition. Bo Ring is the winner of that competition. Next, we're moving back to the women's division. Let's see who we have on deck. Looks like we have Ace Eaton versus Kelsey Gentry. Ace Eaton is the fighter in the red brigandine there. Then Kelsey Gentry, the fighter in the black and green brigandine. Love to see these women in action. These fighting Valkyries putting it all out in the field. We'd love to see it. Fighters checking their equipment and help the marshal. Fighters will salute, checking, make sure the marshals are ready. Fighters touch sword, sign of respect, and so it begins. Ace Eaton versus Kelsey Gentry. Kelsey Gentry coming out swinging. early offensive assault there. Backing Eaton into the corner, but Eaton's pushing forward. And this fight is stopped. Fighters will return to their corners. Brief moment. I don't know if you could hear what our MC Gage Maverick was saying, but yeah, these fights can go quick. It's a different game. You're not pacing yourself as if you were competing for 90 seconds. It's over when you want it to be over.
Kelsey Gentry is awarded the points for that one. Kelsey Gentry is awarded.
Looks like Kelsey Gentry will take the victory of this first round.
She has to take the battle here by winning this next one. Should she not, and Ace takes it, and then go to the third.
Ace Eaton has to win this round if she wants to prompt the third round. If Kelsey Gentry wins this round, the matchup is hers.
On deck, Martin Sanders is all ring, be ready, followed by Ronald Santo and Anthony Pietromonaco.
All right, Eaton versus Gentry, round 2. Again, we're seeing a lot of aggressive opening salvos because fighters know if you're not attacking, your opponent probably is. We'll see who's won this one. The marshals are going to chat. See who came out on top. Looks like a marshal is pointing out a potential equipment failure on Gentry. Gentry's teammate. Looks to be a Sabaton coming loose. Gentry's teammate is stepping in. Marshals seem to be finished with their deliberations. We'll see what they have to say.
Crowd is on its feet. Crowd is in anxious anticipation, awaiting the decision. Could it be Ace? Could it be Kelsey? Mark Sanders and Mo Ring, stand by, please. Followed by Ronald Santo and Anthony Pietromonaco.
Marshals are calling the fighters back to the center of the list. See who's won. Kelsey Gentry took the first one, so we have to assume that she's the... Oh, Ace Eaton is the winner. So there will be, I believe there will be a third round of competition then.
Good job, Kelsey. Round of applause for Kelsey. She fought fiercely for you guys. Keep it going. All right, we got
Check that, looks like they're done.
Sanders, I'm sorry.
So Ace Eaton wins that contest.
Beautiful. I want to thank the Angel Crowd for sponsors as well as New English Drinking, New English Brewery. Don't try the IPA, try the brown ale. Bar is open.
So we'll see who we have next.
How is it? You like it?
Looks like we have Mark Sanders and Bo Ring.
IPA, yeah, happened last night. Plus 10. Just kidding. 11. Just kidding. Only 10. Just kidding. 11.
We'll double check, make sure we got the right schedule. We've had a number of schedule changes
As
various fighters are injured or have to withdraw from the competition. Not uncommon on the final day of a weekend-long tournament.
How many of you guys see this and say, I want to get out there? How many of you guys want to compete in this thing? 2 of you? 3? You want to get? Only 2? Come on! Yeah. So we're going to have a volunteer competition.
That's Mark Sanders there in the black
Get ready.
coat d'arm with the white bowl.
Kids competitions, if you're ready, you're going to be next. You're going to be kids are next, okay?
He's fighting Bo Ring, who's once again the fighter in the black and yellow tabard with the cheetah print sleeves.
Next, okay? We'll have our kids competition next. Okay? Swords and no armor. And then this one right here, she's going to go into battle as well. This one right here. All right, here we go, guys.
Fighters meet midfield. All right, so Mark Sanders there in the black, Bo Ring in the black and yellow. Mark Sanders striking his ready stance. A good flourish there. I can't help but be impressed by the showmanship. Mark Sanders doing a little bit of an alternating stance. Maybe showing a little bit of frustration there. Fighters exchange and the fighters have stopped. We'll see who wins that. Quick bout, but such is the nature of the Buckler competition.
Very deliberate, very tactical. There's a strategy involved. Also, too, you'll see a little calmer approach here because of energy preservation. He's got to continue saving up energy and harnessing energy for a later battle. Even if
Marshals are deliberating.
Sacrificing a point or a lost minute or two. All right, fighters to the center. Again, to my right, Mark Sanders. To my left, Bo Ring.
Dylan, you make a good point. Our number of injuries.
Marshal ready? Ready.
All right, so begins the next round. Mark Sanders and Bo Ring.
End it here. We can force a round 3 of this.
Facing
We'll
off.
score 5 clean blows to advance.
The two circling one another, looking for an opening.
And you'll hear, you get the correspondence, you get the coaching of the
Sanders showing lots of motion, but Bo Ring, his
little inspiration.
steady,
Some guys have
stable demeanor has served him well thus far in the duels. He knows what he's doing. And that'll be it. We'll see who wins that. Marshals will put their heads together, count the points.
Santo and Anthony Pietromonaco are next, followed by Ace and Shoshana. Stand by.
Looks like coming up next we have
Ronan Santo and
Another-
Anthony Pietromonaco are next,
another men's
followed by
competition.
Ace and
Sato
Shoshana.
versus Pietromonaco.
And they deliberate.
Pietromonaco.
Are you guys having a good night? It's a beautiful day. Guys, I want to thank you guys for being here. I know you have many choices of things to do in wonderful Southern California, but you chose the best one. Why? Because this is the single most violent live sporting event in the history of humankind. And you're sitting here watching it live and in person. How do you feel about that?
All right, looks like we're approaching a third round. Bo Ring versus Mark Sanders. Round 3. This is for the win.
Here we go. This is the tiebreaker right here.
It's interesting to see the conflicting styles. Mark Sanders favors a very mobile, sweeping style, whereas Bo Ring, steady like a rock who knows when to go for an opening. The two trading blows. Lots of deflections, though, be it by sword or buckler. Now remember, folks, in order to score a point, obviously the fighter has to strike a hit on his opponent, not his opponent's weapons. Some good deflections, good defensive, and that'll be the round. A hug on the two combatants. We'll see who wins this one. The marshals are conferring.
Get your swag over there. HMB shirts on sale for $25. You take some home today. Get your swag. Get your photo taken with the Dark Knight who's over here a moment ago. Got his photo taken with yours.
Marshals are chatting it out, talking it over. We'll see who's the winner. Be it Mark Sanders or Bo Ring. Let us know in the chat who you think is the winner
Also,
here.
get over there to the beer barn. We have ourselves a beer from doing this brewing company. And we have a winner. Here we go. Fighters to the center.
Looks like the marshals about to announce the winner.
Sanders or Bo Ring?
And Bo Ring is the winner again. A good showing for Bo Ring thus far in this tournament. His experience and cool-headedness is clearly serving him well.
All right, coming into the left next, Ronan Santo and Anthony Pietromonaco, followed by Ace and Shoshana.
So next up we have another matchup from the men's competition. Ronan Sato versus Anthony Pietromonaco. Two Southern California belligerents here. Pietromonaco, the one on your left in the black, well, in the tabard. Ronan Sato fighting bare-chested and only a brigandine. Show of enthusiasm from our Marshal Corps. We are very grateful for them volunteering their time to do this, because we can't have a competition like this without them. Marshals ready the fighters. The fighters begin.
All right, here we go.
Pietromonaco trying to juke out his opponent. A good show there. Upping the theatrics, trying to throw his opponent off. You hear the dull thud of a sword on armor there. That's how you know it was a meaningful hit. No blocks, no deflections. Pietromonaco showing a lot of enthusiasm, lots of energy. But Sato has him on his heels now. The two are in a tussle. Lots of exchanges, but those glancing shots don't count. It has to be a meaningful hit to score a point. Some power there. More fights and stop fight.
The decision there from the Marshals. All right.
Marshals are going to do their math.
So I've got Anthony Pietromonico, raise your sword, please. Anthony Pietromonico, raise your sword. Okay, and Ronan. Can't hear me?
We can see both fighters in their corners.
This is Ronan Santos. Yeah.
See the Marshals chatting it out. So once again, that is Anthony Pietromonico in the tabard, the black and green, and Ronan Sato in the black brig. Ronan Sato, I believe, has been fighting bare-chested this match. So looks like the fighters are getting ready for another round. This is to decide who wins it.
For round 2.
Fighters showing another degree of caution on this round. Could be fatigue. There's Pietromonico with his dance moves, trying to fake out Sato. A good feint there. Looks like Sato was able to deflect that. Sounded like a good point there. Good block by Sato. That sounded like a meaningful hit. We heard the thud of the sword on armor there too.
Glorious, guys, that metal on metal sound. Where else do you hear that, guys? Where else do you know it?
Flourish by Pietromonico.
Like this. Anywhere?
Into a reset. Some testing jabs. And that'll be the fight. We'll see who wins this. Marshall instructs the fighters to return to their corners.
So we'll talk about it. We'll listen in and see what the judges have.
See what they come up with.
So in the sport, we've got judges checking out and determining one fighter, other judges determining the other. They just watch the fight, come together, talk about the scoring.
If you're watching live, we're happy to have you. Let us know where you're watching from. Best thing about HMB USA is it's watched, celebrated, and practiced all over the world. We want to thank our friends at Buhurt League for letting us use their channel. This is itself not a Buhurt League event, but it is a national qualifier for HMB USA.
Will it be?
We'll see who's the winner here. And Ronan Sato is the winner there. His conservative tactics served him well. Check that. Might be some confusion there. Looks the Marshals are redacting that. The organizers coming back in. They're going to chat it over. Regardless, a hug from the fighters. It was a good show, no doubt. Mason Woodyard on Facebook says, a good show of sport. Was always to touch swords, but he didn't say swords. Michael Henningsen says, such a fine art on shield, so much paint work to do after a tournament. Yeah, it was okay. A confirmation that Ronan Sato was in fact the winner of that contest.
Make sure we get it right. The wrong guy to advance, the wrong guy to get the points, but it was deserving rather than winner.
A brief redaction there from the Marshals, only to have the verdict stand, if you will. So it looks like we have Ace Eaton entering the list again. We'll check the schedule to see who her competitor will be. Against looks to be Shoshana again. Marshall's inspecting Ace's armor. Make sure everything's up to code. Shoshana is now entering the list. Once again, folks, Ace Eaton is fighting in the red brig. Shoshana is in the, we'll call it a midnight blue. A very dark blue brig, I believe. Shoshana is no doubt the person to beat in this tournament, given her history in the international competitions. Marshals are having another chat. The fighters will go out and give each other a hug. Love to see that sportsmanship. While the marshals are chatting things out, for those of you who may have stumbled upon this page, welcome. This is Historic Medieval Combat. This is live action, non-choreographed fighting. If you'd like to find out more, log on to usahmb.com. That is usahmb.com. You can find a chapter near you, find out events near you. We got events like this all over the lower 48 of the United States and all over the world. We are about halfway through our sword and buckler competition for the day. Once again, this is Shoshana Shellens and Ace Eaton competing. Fighters will take advantage of this lull in the combat to chat with their teammates. Marshals are beginning armor inspections once again to make sure everything's up to code. We're going for the right amount of danger here. All right, the fighters will return to the center, another show of sportsmanship. Shoshana Shellens versus Ace Eaton. And so it begins. Shoshana going on offense early on, putting Eaton on her heels, but Eaton will step forward, answer with some strikes of her own. A flurry of blows from Shoshana. A good defensive move there, using her buckler to immobilize her opponent. A fantastic... A joke there between the two fighters. Love to see that sportsmanship. Not privy to the Marshals' conversation, but that one looked to me that Shoshana took that one.
All right, Shoshana takes the first round, guys. So Shoshana can end it here. She gets right in the middle of the floor. Will Ace force a round three? Here we go, fighters in center.
So this is round two, Shoshana Shellens versus Ace Eaton. Shoshana is once again in the dark blue brig, Ace Eaton in the red brig. Marshals signal that they're ready. So begins the second round of competition. Marshals are standing by to watch. Eaton making a more deliberate effort forward. And that's the round. You hear Ace Eaton say, "You're amazing," to her opponent. That's the thing, you can't be mad when you lose to one of the best fighters in the world. So the Marshals are going to confer. Once again, we suspect that that is Shoshana's round as well. We are awaiting confirmation, though. Marshals return to the center of the list to confirm the counts. Marshal draws the fighters back to the center of the list. And the winner is Shoshana Shellens. No surprise there. We'll see what we have on the docket next. Okay, well, looks like we're going to take a brief 2-minute break here. Shoshana Shellens is returning. We'll check that. Looks like we have Mark Sanders and Colin Martineau coming on the list. Looks like it'd be something of a bonus round, maybe a playoff. Looks like we're settling some tiebreakers, maybe. Right now we have, once again, Mark Sanders and Colin Martineau.
So you're getting a bit of a bonus.
in the list.
Battle here. So, as we saw in the live moment, we had some of the incorrect submitting of them, so we're going to correct it.
Looks like we're going to settle a scoring discrepancy.
So we did.
Settle the score once and for all. And it looks like Martino and Sanders have left the list, and it does appear to be Pietromonaco and I believe that is Ronan Sato, but he has since donned his coat d'arms. So we have two fighters from the same team wearing the same coat of arms. Stranger things have happened in Buhurt. And here we go. We'll settle this now. Pietromonaco doing a signature dance. Both men exercising a little bit of caution. They fought each other enough this competition. They know what the other can do. Pietromonaco seemed to have some good contact there. Good exchange. The two measuring one another, circling one another. You can hear the potency of their swings. These are not light touches they're going for. They need to make meaningful contact for the contact to count as a point. Pietromonaco, again, doing his little stutter step. Ronan Sato backing up. Oh, a good fake out there. And that's the round. Again, the marshals need to confirm this, but it looks to me that Pietromonaco took that round. The marshals will, of course, confirm this. Remains to be seen whether there will be a second round. It's looking likely as neither fighter has left the list. Marshall's having a joke there. I think the winner is the one wearing the green and black. Greg writes, great question about who won the men's longsword. That is yet to be decided. We're having a final round later in the day. What we're doing is we're getting through the preliminary rounds of all the different weapons categories, and then we're going to circle back and have a championship runoff. So the winner of the men's longsword has yet to be decided. And Ronan Sato is the winner of that competition. So looks like the fighters are leaving the list. That round is settled. To settle any discrepancies. So
we're going to return back to the battle we had previously set up with Mark Sanders and Kelsey and Shashan stand by.
So Colin Martineau and Mark Sanders are going to return to the list now. Because we're expecting about 2 more rounds of competition in sword and buckler. So that is Mark Sanders in the black and white. Colin Martineau will be in the bareback black brig. He should be making his way to the list now. There he is. He's here. So Colin Martineau, Mark Sanders, show of sportsmanship. And so begins it. And the fighters, both fighters favor a very aggressive, in-your-face style. Mark Sanders will take the first strike, or make the first strike rather, and Colin Martineau will answer with some strikes of his own. Some good blocking, good technique. Both fighters using speed and aggression as their secret weapon. And the marshal will stop that. Looks like there's been 5 points. So remember here, we are playing a first to 5 points. One scores a point by making meaningful contact with their weapon against their opponent. No glancing shots. No shots, obviously, on your opponent's sword or shield count. They have to be meaningful strikes on the body of your opponent. We can see some hand signaling from these marshals, communicating across the list, communicate points. The marshals will summon the fighters back to the center. This is round 2 for Mark Sanders and Colin Martineau. Show of sportsmanship there. Marshals are ready. Mark Sanders looks ready to strike. And there it is. The two meet in the middle and exchange their momentum. The speed and aggression, you have to commend them for it, especially this late in the day. This late in the weekend, rather. Colin Martineau using space to his advantage. And that'll be the fight. A show of sportsmanship from the two. And we'll see what the marshals have come up with. Marshals will chat things out. Marshals having a discussion here. Not an easy job, that. We appreciate the sacrifice they're making by giving up their time to run this tournament this weekend. And we appreciate you at home who's watching. That's why we do these live streams, folks. We want this to be a community thing. We love to hear your feedback. We love to hear your thoughts in the chat. Love to hear who you're rooting for and where you're watching from. Buhurt's a sport that is loved and practiced by people all over the world. So once again, we're waiting to find out the winner of the Mark Sanders versus Mark Sanders versus Colin Martineau. Waiting to see who's the winner here. The marshals are conferring, and sometimes it takes a while to come to a verdict. All right, looks like the fighters are being called back in. Looks like it might be something of a runoff, which means the fight is close. Each fighter has won one round. This is the tiebreaker to decide it. Colin Martineau versus Mark Sanders. Sanders with an aggressive show of force there, but Martineau, not to be outdone, returns with a strike of his own. It's always interesting to watch the footwork of these fighters. That's very important. Wow, the power on those strikes. Both fighters want this win badly. They're looking to settle the score. Make it clear, and that's the fight. Marshall signals the end of that contest. Takes a trained eye to judge these competitions. Not an easy task. Several members of our Marshal Corps today have been in this community for more than a decade. We're also grateful to have some support from I believe we have a marshal from Ukraine joining us as well, lending us support from our parent organization. We're very grateful for that. Because once again, marshalling is not an easy job. It takes a very disciplined eye, picking apart a fight that's unfolding right in front of you. But it looks like the marshals have come to a decision, and they'll call the fighters back to the center of the list. And the winner is Mark Sanders. A hard-fought win for Mark Sanders. We'll take that win. So now we have another representation from the women's division. Kelsey Gentry and Shoshana, both dancing their way into the list. I don't know how they find the energy for that. There's a lot of mutual respect for these two, that they train together. Now they're fighting together. They've already fought once in the sword and heater shield division. Now they're fighting in the sword and buckler. Marshall's making some last-minute armor inspection. Dylan Clifton, a great question. Will there be a rope rule at Battle of the Nations? I'm not on the authority to speak for Battle of the Nations. Maybe someone in the chat can rectify that. It's a very valid question, though. Here we go. Shoshana versus Gentry. Good clash of steel there. Gentry's favoring an aggressive approach. Shoshana's, of course, one of the best in the world at this. Arguably the best in the world. The officiality of that depends on which year you're talking about. It seems wise of Gentry to take the fight to Shoshana, because if you wait to take the fight, Shoshana will jump all over you, and that'll be 5 touches before you know it. So here's round 2, Gentry versus Shoshana. Beautiful exchange of steel there. And that'll be the round. Show of respect for the 2 fighters. Marshals will chat, figure out the exact nature of the point awarding. Once again, that was Kelsey Gentry versus Shoshana. We've been joking about this broadcast how Shoshana has earned herself a mononym. We don't need a last name. We know who you're talking about. Looks like the marshals are ready to give their verdict. And they'll draw both fighters back to the center of the list. And the winner there is Shoshana. To hug it out. They hug before and after the fight. Love to see it. So if I'm not mistaken, I believe that is the last sword and buckler competition for this preliminary rounds. We may be transitioning now to the polearms. Marshals are chatting with our ringmaster, Gage Maverick. Make sure we have a plan of attack here. We have an authority from one of the marshals that we are looking to continue straight through with the rest of the events. Okay. Greg Rice, hope you're watching. Looks like we are doing the finals of the Longsword. Looks like we've decided to jump to the finals now. Looks like we will punt polearms until after the finals have been settled. So it looks like this is Spencer Waddell. I see Spencer in the list. He's the giant of the man there in the black, yellow, and green brig. I'm waiting to see who his opponent is.
Round robin competition narrowed down to these 4. You got the top 4 there? So Spencer and Lorenzo, first bout.
So it's going to be Spencer Waddell and Lorenzo versus Anthony So Spencer Waddell is our first combatant. Our second combatant is going to be Lorenzo Sorrentino. Looking at this match superficially, Spencer has a very obvious reach advantage here. But Sorrentino hasn't let any of his taller opponents off the hook easy. We've seen him capitalize on his speed and maneuverability and take advantage of the bigger targets that he's going up against. So we're down to our final 4 in the longsword competition. Marshall's ironing out some last minute details. Fighters taking advantage of this to catch their breaths a little bit. Looks like Mark Jackson is taking over the role of head marshal for this competition. Mark Jackson, of course, a veteran of the league. And here it is, Lorenzo Sorrentino versus Spencer Waddell in this semifinals round of sorts. A bit of dirt on the blade, I suppose. Show of respect. And what a way to start it. The concussion. Sorrentino again taking the fight to Spencer Waddell. Waddell shoving him away. They love it. You love to see that. Good night. No pun intended. There is some power behind those swings. Again, Lorenzo Sorrentino taking it to his opponent, trying to get inside his guard, closing the gap on his own accord, mitigating the advantage his taller opponent has. Spencer Waddell, though, strong stance there, looking to punish any foolhardy advances. Man, I would not want to be caught in between these two. Oh, what a shove. That's the kind of power that Spencer Waddell, a gentlemanly show to let his opponent take to his feet. Even though this is the duels competition with an emphasis on finesse, strength and aggression is still just as relevant as just witnessed. Good feint there. Not enough to fool Lorenzo, though. Another aggressive advance. Looks like we got about 10 seconds. Remember, we're back on the clock now. And this is where both fighters just let loose. Get it all out, and that's the fight. Both fighters retire to their corners. Makes me feel like I'm watching a melee again. Feeling the heat on those swings. Marshall's chatting things out, seeing who's the winner of this first round. Fighters taking advantage of the break. See the fighters in their corner. Spencer Waddell removed his helmet. Lorenzo Sorrentino keeping his on for now. Looks like a winner is being declared. Mark Jackson on Marshall bringing the fighters back in, and the winner is Spencer Waddell. I believe that was a salute there for the Knights of Wakanda. And so Spencer will now advance to the semifinals. So now we have Anthony Pietromonaco versus Nathan Maxfield is the fighter in the black and red.
Nathan Maxfield, over sword in the air. Anthony Pietromonaco.
Says Anthony Pietromonaco in the black and green, Nathan Maxfield in the black and red. Marshals will take their positions. And so begins. Aggressive swings, powerful show by Nathan Maxfield. But Pietromonaco answers with swings of his own. both teams, both fighters rather. Good night. Again, no pun intended. I can't even keep up with this. Wow, the crowd loved it. They'll have to mind their energy though. Neither one of them is looking to yield here. They want to win it. They want to advance the final rounds. A spark coming off the blade. The crowd loves it. The smell of ozone wafting through the list here. See, we're listening for that dull thud. That's a sign that a sword has met armor. We're hearing the clash of sword on sword. It's a different sound. You'll know it when you hear it. There it is. 2 meaningful strikes. A testing shot there. Bit of a bind. 10 seconds left. Looking to score points as we are on the clock. And the marshal will stop the fight. Or the Draconis war cry there. So once again, Nathan Maxfield is in the black and red. Anthony Pietramonaco in the black and green. Some great fights we've seen already today. This is the time of the day where fatigue sets in. These fighters are tired. Been a long weekend of competition. They're digging deep to fight here today, and we appreciate them for it. The kind of pleasant calmness taking over here on the list. The marshals call the fighters back to the center. See if we have a winner. So we're double checking the score. That's Jason Cope there. Another marshal conferring with Mark Jackson. And the winner is Anthony Pietramonaco. A hard-fought win. To hug it out.
Anthony Pietramonaco takes it, guys. All right. So now he stays. He stays. We do the 2-second place right now. So he stays right here.
Looks like now we're competing for
2 second places. So that means.
Looks like now we're seeing who's going to be in 3rd and 4th. So we have Lorenzo Sorrentino versus Nathan Maxfield. So this is essentially to decide the placing of 3rd and 4th. And then after that it will be Spencer Waddell versus Anthony Pietramonaco. I'm doing great, Gage. Got a 1-minute break. Oh, stop it. Our host Gage Maverick, busting my chops a little bit. Not undeserved. You know, one of the best things about these tournaments, folks, is the people you get to work with, you know? We're people from all over the world coming together to put on this competition. We're grateful for you at home watching it. So it looks like we have Nathan Maxfield returning to the list. He's going to be fighting Lorenzo Sorrentino. This is going to decide who finishes the tournament in 3rd and who finishes the tournament in 4th for the men's longsword. So, folks, who do you want to see win it all? It's going to come down to Anthony Pietramonaco and Spencer Waddell. What do you think? Let us know in the chat.
Just take a hammer to him. That's all you got to do. Put it down, take a hammer to him. That's what I think my car. My car stops working, I'll just take a hammer to him. It's like fix the air conditioner, the refrigerator, the car, take a hammer to him.
All right, once again, this is Nathan Maxfield versus Lorenzo Sorrentino. Fighters will meet in the center of the list. And we're ready. This is once again to decide who is third, who is fourth. And the fighting begins. Another aggressive showing. We've come to expect that of Sorrentino. Maxfield, though, will answer with some powerful strikes. Fantastic wingspan. A lot of arcing power in those big rotational swings.
And each commands that respect. And they show that respect and admiration for the already. The camaraderie between each man is second to none.
The power of Sorrentino's throw had Maxfield on his heels there. Two meet and bind there. We've seen this throughout the tournament on Sorrentino's part as he goes up against these taller opponents with wider wingspan, so it really is in his interest to close the gap and mitigate his opponent's advantage there. We can see Lorenzo's speed and agility is serving him well. But this is a very talented contestant pool. A good strike there by Maxfield. Vertical chop. 10 seconds left. And this is where they both empty the tank. Let loose. Maxfield seemed to have gotten a meaningful shot there on Sorrentino's helmet. The two will, through their exhaustion, hug it out. So this is to decide who is third, who is fourth. Next, we should learn who is first and who is second. Again, a sort of stillness falls over the crowd. Nice gentle breeze in the air on this February day in California, which is the beginning of springtime in California, really. The winner here, the winner is Nathan Maxfield. He has cemented a third place finish. Lorenzo Sorrentino will finish in fourth. Entering the list now, we have Spencer Waddell. Just absolute giant of a man. A salute to the crowd. Taking a knee. Crowd loves it. Earning some favors. The marshals will inspect his armor. Looks like he's having a little bit of a failure in his sabaton. Just popped out of place. Nothing serious. And of course, Anthony Pietromonico. Entering the list now. Fighters will meet mid-list. They'll hug it out. So who do we have, folks? Pietromonico or Waddell? Who do you have winning it all? This is it to decide. Who's first, who's second? The gold and silver of men's longsword. We've seen some powerful swings from these two. Man, this is already looking like the final round. Waddell unloading. Pietromonico now advancing. Both opponents just teeing off on each other. A brief reset, they'll come back in. They're digging deep. Quick, rapid strikes. Test their opponent, see if they can open up for something. A shove from Waddell. An exchange there. Looks to be nearing the end of the round. We're on the clock once again. The crowd is firing up the fighters. And then the marshal will break it up. They'll separate. No grappling allowed in the duel. Mark Jackson, the head marshal, will break that up. Sounded like a good hit there to the helmet. 10 seconds. What an exchange. Hard to keep track. And that's the fight. Both fighters gassed. Understandably so. They've got to be getting tired. That was a pleasure to watch. You can tell that's the final round.
So we talked about energy preservation, energy conservation. That's why they saved up the energy all day long. It's that very moment right there.
We're waiting on the results here. Fighters are moving their helmets. Mark Jackson calls the fighters to the middle. Looks like we're announcing a winner now. And Spencer Waddell is the winner. Spencer Waddell, a crowd favorite. He's got a special project on social media called the Wandering Sword Project. Look it up. A charismatic fighter, a very talented fighter as well. Once again, that's the Wandering Sword Project. Check it out. Comment from YouTube user non-consensual. Yeah, no grappling allowed in the duels. That's what Melee's for. So looks like next we could expect to see the finals of the sword and shield. Oh, check that. We might have the women's longsword first. We'll see. The marshals are going to be deciding something. They'll tell us what to do. We're in a little bit of a holding pattern, folks. We'll see if we can get to the bottom of what's coming next.
So we're about to get ready for the shield final tournament.
Marshals are conferring here. Tell you what, folks, we're going to hop on standby real quickly while we wait to see what comes next. Don't go anywhere, folks. The dueling continues in just a moment.
Second place is who started fourth, and of course we'll come back with the finals. That's very helpful. That is good. And those are the matchups too. Alright, so we need Bo Ring and Nicholas Homa. Bo Ring and Nicholas Homa, followed by Colin Martineau and Landon Morris. These are the semifinals of the Shield competition. Nicholas Homa and Bo Ring. So we will do it in a similar format as you just saw. So we got the four finalists of the Shield competition, Landon Burke. Nicholas Homa will match up against Bo Ring, followed by Colin Martineau and Landon Morris in the Shield semifinals.
All right, welcome back, folks. We are now in the semifinals of the men's sword and shield competition. First up, we have Bo Ring versus Nicholas Homa. Bo Ring is in the black and yellow. Nicholas Homa is in the blue brigandine. And here we go. It'll be interesting to see how these two styles move against each other. Nicholas Homa is one of speed and agility, lots of motion, whereas Bo Ring favors a steady, energy economic stance. He's like a boulder. He hardly moves unless to strike. It's interesting to see these two conflicting styles bump up against one another. We can see Nicholas Homa, lots of energy, lots of motion, ducking, swiping, juking back and forth. Bo Ring maintaining his composure, his stance, conserving energy until it's time to strike. Look at that speed. It's incredible to see the stamina that Nicholas Homa has, that he can throw about. Beautiful move there. It was hard to stop. A flourish there, keeping himself loose. A good exchange of blocks and parries. In the final five here. Nicholas Homa coming in. Bo Ring. And that's the strike. That's the end of the fight. We'll see what the marshals found. Fighters taking off their armor. Waiting to see the results here of this semifinals round between Nicholas Homa and Bo Ring. Nicholas Homa in the blue there. Bo Ring in the black and yellow. We'll see what the marshals have found. You can hear the kids cheering for Bo Ring. Yellow.
First place champion and awaits another champion in the second bout, which will be between Colin Martineau and Landon Morris. Please be standing by. Colin Martineau and Landon
Next up on the docket, Colin Martineau and Landon Morris, as we await these results for Bo Ring versus Nicholas Homa. Looks like the marshals are returning to the center of the list. Mark Jackson, our head marshal for this competition, calling the fighters to the center. And the winner is Nicholas Homa. A show of sportsmanship between the two. And Nicholas Homa will advance to the finals. All right, next up in the competition, we have Colin Martineau and Landon Morris. Landon Morris is the fighter in the wolf rib helmet with looks to be like a green and gray. Colin Martineau will be the fighter with the Spoleto helm and the black brigandine. You can see our Master of Ceremonies there, Gage Maverick, giving his well wishes to the...
Hello, Buhurt League. Coming out tonight right here from the beautiful California Ranch, coming around a great day. If you're not here, you should be here. You're there. Share the stream. Share it, share it, share it.
Well said. That was our Master of Ceremonies there, Gage Maverick, sending his greetings to the folks watching from abroad.
Have you ever in your life witnessed something like this? Have you ever
I can see Colin Martineau making his way to the list.
like this? Unbelievable, right? UFC ain't got nothing on these guys.
Once again, we have another familiar matchup. Landon Morris and Colin Martineau, who both represent Ordo Draconis, the team out of San Diego. Meeting for an exchange here. Landon Morris is, of course, a former contestant at Medieval Times, but now his fights are no longer choreographed. But his skills are just as relevant, I'm sure. All right, Colin Martineau, Landon Morris, taking the respective corners. Touch of swords to show respect. And here's Landon Morris and Colin Martineau. Aggressive opening display by Colin Martineau. Landon Morris, though, answering with some strikes of his own. Landon Morris giving him some testing blows, fighting a bit conservatively, keeping his distance from Martineau. Anticipating what his opponent's going to do. Some aggressive forward pushing by Colin Martineau. Landon Morris on his heels, backing up until he meets the list. Martineau holding nothing back. Such demonstrations are taxing, though. And here's Landon, a bit of a spin move there. Landon Morris on the defense here. Landon Morris entering his guard. Looking for an opening. Colin Martineau will keep him at a distance. You hear Colin Martineau's coach urging him to breathe, relax. 10 seconds left. Colin Martineau keeping his aggression up this entire round. And they'll hug it out. Marshals chatted out, waiting for the results. Nick Shank there, the MVP from yesterday, getting some Our fighters are being called to the center of the list here. We'll see who wins this one. Looks like Colin Martineau was borrowing his competitor's shield. The winner is Landon Morris. It was a fun fight to watch. And you can see the respect and the brotherhood between these two. They are on the same team after all, at the end of the day. So next up, if I'm not mistaken, we'll have Bo Ring against Colin Martino. Colin Martino will get just a moment's respite before jumping back into it.
Bo Ring, join us to the list, please. Bo Ring to the list. So Colin, stand by. Stay here. I'm going to go in right now. Colin Martino versus Bo Ring. Bo Ring to the list, please. Bo Ring.
We're waiting for Bo Ring to find his way to the list here. Dylan Clifton, great comment there. Landon Morris has a HEMA background. Perfectly timed strikes. Couldn't agree more. You're hard-pressed to find a better finesse fighter than Landon Morris in the league. Very talented duelist. All right, folks, while we're waiting for Bo Ring to find his way to the list, we might hop on a standby pattern real quick. Don't go anywhere, folks.
All right, so it's going to be Bo Ring versus Colin Martino. To see who's third, who's fourth. After that, we'll have the semifinals of the Buckler competition you saw earlier. It's the exact same format. As they get their weapons inspection and armor inspection in place. Again, guys, you are witnessing the most violent live sporting event in the history of humankind. But we do keep it safe, safety first. So we have the safest, most violent live sporting event in humankind. Right before your very eyes, right here, guys. The safest, most violent live sporting event in the history of humankind. You are experiencing historic, medieval battle. All right, here we go. Stepping into the list.
And we're back, folks. Colin Martino versus Bo Ring. This is to decide who takes home the third and fourth place, respectively, in the men's sword and shield competition. Colin Martino in the black, Bo Ring in the black and yellow and cheetah print. Again, another example of two conflicting styles. Bo Ring is one of consistent steadiness and unmovable force. Colin Martino, however, known for his aggression, speed, and power. It's very much a unstoppable force meets an unmovable object. But somebody's got to give. We can see that Colin Martino is prompting Bo Ring, forcing him to fight a little bit more aggressively than he'd like. We know Bo Ring is all about energy economy. No motion is wasted with him. He's a very disciplined, talented duelist. Colin Martino bringing the power and speed. Something we're pointing out, Colin Martino has fought in almost every event this weekend. And Bo Ring is brought down. There's a shove. Bo Ring will be helped to his feet. Check that, he'll stand up on his own accord. This is what we were expecting to see. Colin Martino brings the aggression. The marshal will make sure Bo Ring is fit to keep fighting. Colin will approach again. He just doesn't tire, folks. He just doesn't get tired. Colin keeps the pressure on. We're approaching our 10-second. Bo Ring entering a defensive stance. Colin will shove him into the list before scoring maybe one or two more hits to the head. Colin goes to check on his adversary. Bowring gives him a rest assured he's all right. So we'll see what the marshals have to say about this. We'll see what the standings are. Marshals are conferring, coming to a score. Of course, the next fight will decide it all, being between Nicholas Homa and Landon Morris, two very fast, fluid duelists. The marshal calls the fighters back to the center of the list. We're expecting a winner to be announced here. And the winner is Colin Martineau. With that, Bo Ring will finish this tournament in 4th place, Colin Martineau in 3rd. And now we decide who is 1st and 2nd between Nicholas Homa and Landon Morris. With that, our men's sword and shield competition is coming to a head. We'll see who takes it all. Here we can see Nicholas Homa in the list there in the blue. Getting his arm in his shield, buckling in. Landon Morris having a chat with his team captain, looks like.
Landon Morris is also coached by Makoto Mason, one of our senior members of HMB. All right, you brought drinks for us all. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. You brought drinks for us all. Thank you so much. Where the shots at?
Marshals are inspecting armor for any failures, any weaknesses. Landon Morris salutes the crowd, as does Nicholas Homa. You admire the sportsmanship and showmanship of these competitors. They'll hug it out before they even start swinging. This is the final round to decide who is 1st and 2nd of this dueling event. Just look at that speed. Both fighters trying to keep themselves out of their opponent's range. Only entering that danger zone when they are ready to attack. Look at that speed. It's hard to process these movements. I can't imagine how they do it. Beautiful shot placement there. And beautiful anticipation on behalf of the defenders. Nicholas Homa will push Landon Morris into the list. They'll try to capitalize on it, score some points. Just because it's a duel doesn't mean it's not physical. Landon Morris, I've heard some good hits on the helmet there, but Nicholas Homa will duck out of harm's way. Hear that sound of steel on steel. Some low hacking before they reset. Some excellent anticipation on behalf of both fighters. We can see pieces of Landon Morris's shield are being hacked off of it. A good shield press, but perhaps an overextension on Homa's part. He's looking to score some low points. Landon Morris will... the final seconds, they're looking for some easy points. Going for the low blows. Even though those low blows aren't worth as much, they can add up. What a fight. Landon Morris and Nicholas Homa retire to their corners to chat with their captains. And we should be having a winner announced momentarily. The marshals have no easy task, though. They are trying to keep up. Those marshals have no easy task, trying to count that flurry of blows toward the end there. Our marshals are returning their corners. This could be a sign that we have a winner announced. Fighters are called back in to the center of the list. Looks like a sword was stuck in a gauntlet there. Fighters hug it out. And we'll see who is first and who is second in this competition. And the winner is Landon Morris is the winner. The hometown boy here, Southern California resident, native of Australia. He is excited. You couldn't help but see Mark Jackson, our head marshal, relish the suspense. It's got to be a fun feeling of power, being the only one who knows the outcome of the contest for a moment. Landon Morris is making his rounds, greet his friends, fans alike. The hometown favorite here. We'll follow him as best we can before he descends into the... And a kiss from his lady friend. The champion returns home. Making one last round. Gonna greet the kids, his newest youngest fans. Landon Morris, ladies and gentlemen, our first place finisher for the Duels competition. Quite a show. So with that, it looks like we are likely moving on to the finals of Sword and Buckler. We're going to wait to see if we can get a word from the marshals as to what exactly is coming next. Thank you so much to those of you who have been watching us all weekend long. It's been a lot of fun. We've seen some great fights. We've seen some great moments. We have just concluded our men's longsword and men's sword and shield competition. We are likely moving on to sword and buckler next. However, I do see a marshal. A marshal raking the list. Looks like we're moving right into our sword and buckler semifinals. Looks like it's going to be Bo Ring versus Anthony Pietromonaco. Looks like Anthony Pietromonaco has conceded his bout. Looks like Anthony Pietromonaco has conceded that bout, which means Bo Ring will advance forward. So now what we have, folks, is it looks like Anthony Pietromonaco has accepted a fourth place finish in the sword and buckler. And we don't know the details as to why he chose to concede. Could be a number of reasons, but we will respect his wishes. So that means we have basically a three-way competition here for first, second, and third. So the marshals will have to put their heads together and figure out a system, maybe lean on some past protocol to figure out what exactly they want to do, how they want to approach that. Looks like Bo Ring now. Well, how they will treat this is as if Bo Ring has won his contest. So, Bo Ring will advance to the finals. Mark Sanders and Ronan Sato are now our next competition. So they'll be taking the list momentarily. All right, folks, so once again, we have Ronan Sato and Mark Sanders facing off. How we doing, Manny? Any cameras overheating just yet? The afternoon sun is coming down. Our production team is keeping an eye on our equipment. All right, so here we have Ronan Sato versus Mark Sanders. Marshals are making sure everything's set. And here it is. Fine flourish there by Mark Sanders. It's fun to watch his flowing motion. If I had to describe the style of these two fighters, Mark Sanders would be that of a fast-moving stream or a current with that speed but that flowiness. Sato's would be that of, the only way I can think to describe it is like a lightning strike coming down, a straight and powerful blow coming down from above. He's done a really good job of using his superior reach to his advantage this tournament.
This is the scoring system of the 5 and clean points. Is that correct, Jason?
So once again, we are back to sword and buckler, which means the fight stops when 5 points are scored on either side.
5-point scoring system, right, Joe? 5-point scoring system. This is on-time, 5 between shots. Winner faces Polearm the championship. So by way of concession, Anthony gives the Monaco takes 4th place in the shield competition. Second place
Fighters are being inspected by their teammates, checking ready armor weaknesses, and they'll return to the list. Ronan Sato versus Mark Sanders. A show of sportsmanship there, and the competition will resume. Mark Sanders with that signature flourish again. Sato keeping his distance until he wants to close the gap. Powerful strikes there by Sato, staying out of harm's way, out of his opponent's reach. Some great footwork on both sides. Looks like Sato has dropped his weapon. The marshal will stop the fight to give him time to grip it, and they'll resume. A good show of sportsmanship there. These men want to win, but they want to win the right way. Some good defensive play there by Mark Sanders. Likewise on Sato's part. And that's the fight. Looks like we're approaching a time limit as well. One of our marshals called out 10 seconds.
Did we complete the map? Did we complete the time? We did.
So this is the competition between Ronan Sato and Mark Sanders. Looks like we're at a tie thus far, so we are advancing to a 3rd round of competition. Both fighters have won 1 round each. So we'll drag this out. Check that. Looks like we have come to a decision. Mark Sanders is the winner. So it looks like Ronan Sato will take 3rd place. And Mark Sanders will face off against Bo Ring. Let's explain a little bit what happened there. So we had 4 men coming into this final round. We had 1 fighter concede. So when that happens, it is as if that fighter has lost both of their fights. So Anthony Pietramonaco withdrew from the competition. So in that first round against Bo Ring, he lost, which moved into the losers bracket. he would then theoretically have taken on Ronan Sato in the loser's bracket again, but since he has conceded again, that is an additional loss. So we have already decided now that Anthony Pietromonaco by default finishes in 4th. Ronan Sato finishes 3rd. Here we can see the Marshal Mark Jackson giving the symbolic indication of that. We can see Anthony Pietromonaco is already in the process of getting out of kit. He might be coping with an injury. We haven't gotten official word in the booth here yet. But these things happen, especially at the end of a long tournament. So with that, this next competition is going to be between Bo Ring and Mark Sanders, and that is going to decide who is the winner of the sword and buckler competition for the men's division. Marshals are calling Bo Ring and Mark Sanders to the center of the list. And the fight begins.
How you doing, Jay? Everything good?
A sense of caution apparent in these two fighters. A lot is on the line. This is it. This is for all the marbles, as they say. Again, we see a lot of motion from Mark Sanders, the flowing, agile style versus Bo Ring's style of the immovable mountain. That said, Sanders does have Bo Ring in a bit of a back pedal. And the fight will stop. Looks like 5 points have been scored. By whom? Hard to say. That is up for the marshals to decide.
Again, this is 5 points scored down first. To get 5 points twice out of 3. We'll be having 5 clean shots. Shots hands, shots throws, and shots.
Marshals talking things over here as our tournament is very quickly winding down. Looks like we're ready for round 2. Bo Ring versus Mark Sanders. Mark Sanders limbering up there. And here it is. Aggressive start for Mark Sanders. Bo Ring doing his best to stay out of harm's way and answer with some hits of his own. Mark Sanders almost losing his footing there. Both sides. Playful shot there, where they both resorted to just the low blows. Valid points, not worth very much, but a point is a point, right? You love to see those little moments of humanity with the fighters. Because these fighters do have a lot of respect for each other. They enjoy each other's company. They love each other dearly. Marshals will chat it out, see who is the winner of this men's sword and buckler competition. Nathan Parrish says, I must admit you were helping out put a long, boring night shift in London. It seems so much better. Nathan, we appreciate you watching, buddy, and we're glad we can keep you company on your night shift. Question from Sergio. Bo Ring is the winner of this competition. He is humbled by his victory. Look at that. You love to see that. He's taking a moment to take in his victory, a hard-fought victory at that. We congratulate him and all who have competed today. This is a wonderful moment. I'm really glad we get to share in it with him. We're happy to have Bo Ring with us, and we're happy for him in this great moment of triumph. Sergio, to your question, polearms has not already happened. It is actually happening once we settle the score of the sword-related contests. We're going to get to the finals of the swords, and then we will move on to the polearm phase of the competition. To all of you watching, be it on Facebook or YouTube, we appreciate you tuning in. We love to have you. Folks, thanks for those of you who have been sticking with us thus far. We're coming to you live from sunny Temecula, California, out in the beautiful rolling foothills of Southern California. It has been an amazing weekend of competition. We are so glad to have you with us. We are so glad to have you guys watching near and afar. We've had a whole weekend of competition already, and it's continuing now. Send them over. We, in just a moment, folks, we might be having a chat with Bo Ring, who's, of course, the winner of that competition. We'd love to chat with him. So I think we are waiting to see what comes next. In the meantime, though, we hope to chat with Mr. Bo Ring about that win. I mean, you can see the emotion on his face. We are really happy to have him with us. We'll bring him up here if we can. We can see him approaching now. I'll shout to him, "Hey, Bo, come around, buddy. Come around." We'll have him stand.
I believe he was one of the original 29 in 2012.
We'll chat with him here. Mr. Ring is making his way up. This is a fantastic treat. He's walking around. We're going to do our best to square up our shot here. We appreciate those of you who've been sticking with us thus far. It's been an amazing weekend of competition. Bo, my friend, come on over here. Stand on my right. Right here, Bo. I know you must be exhausted, but we just want to congratulate you here. Come on, stand right next to me, buddy. How are you feeling? What a win.
Yeah, what a win. This is my third time to the finals, and as they just stood over there, I'm 58. I thought I was done. I was here that they're gonna come through me if they're gonna win, and they couldn't come through me this year.
They couldn't come through you. You know what? We got that moment where right when your name was announced, you just dropped to one knee. Was it? Can you put to words that feeling?
So, I was never a great athlete as a kid. My dad was an incredible athlete. I was offered a minor league baseball contract, and he really wanted me to be a good athlete. I'd try, and I'd never win at anything. I'm also a member of the SCA, the Society of Creative Actors, and I've come to the finals in 3 crown tournaments rather, and lost all of them. I've been to the finals twice here and lost, and that's all I was actually thinking as I go out there. It's like it's going to be another second place finish. And in all honesty, I was very confused on that because I really thought we had split those 2 fights. I was in my head going, I got to have enough energy for fight 3.
Yeah.
I've got to have enough energy for fight 3. Then when they called us out there, I had no idea. It's like, in my mind, I knew he had won the first fight. And so when they said, we lifted my arm up, I could not believe it.
It's something that I want to commend you for. We were talking about this during our broadcast. Is your experience shines through, and it might be your SCA training, but your economy of movement. And you said earlier, that the guys are going to have to come through you. They couldn't come through you. You stayed nice and steady, and you came out on top. So how are you going to celebrate tonight, Bo?
I don't know yet.
We're not there yet, right?
We're not there yet. Nope. I'm still reeling that I'm going as a national champion. I went as an alternate in 2015, and one of the people had to drop out. That didn't feel like I'd won my way onto the team. I got to participate in the triathlons. It was great to represent Team USA then, but I didn't really win it. I was still one short, and that's what my whole sword fighting career has been. I'm very, very good, and just short of that absolute champion. So to be a national champion today, it's an amazing feeling.
And I'm glad that that's not lost on you, because the way I think you have to look at it, my friend, is that all those other second place finishes was leading you to this moment.
Yep.
And now today, you are number one. You are best in the nation. And we just want to say congratulations. Do you have any closing remarks before we let you get some water, get off your feet?
I'm ready to go take on the world now.
Amen. Bo, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming over, and congratulations again.
Very well done.
Thank you. We are happy to do it. That was Bo Ring, our newly minted champion duelist. We're very excited for him, and we're very glad we got to talk to him as well. So if we take a look at the list here, we can see that the Polearms competition is about to begin. We are excited for that to get started. Rope divider is coming out, offering a little bit of a separation between these two. Dylan Clifton says, good job, Bo. Non-consensual says, 58 years old, wow. Ty Campbell, great to have you with us, buddy. Comment from Dylan Clifton. I don't think Colin actually owns a shirt. I think he's referring to Colin Martineau, who shed his armor. Only armor and no shirts. That's funny. All right, we're taking a look at the list here. We'll check in with our director, Manny. Manny, how's the camera doing? Not overheating? Okay, we're good. Folks, that's why we do what we do. Just thinking about Bo's interview there, thinking about how much this means to him. He's got a career of fighting in armor. Expected to do well, but didn't expect to finish. Just wanted to put up a good fight. But today he's a champion. And we are really happy for him. We are happy for all of our champions, actually. Taking a look now at the list there as we're getting ready for the polearm competition. Some of our viewers were asking why the polearms were being, put off to the end there, and it really, I have to imagine it's a logistical thing, because we do have to have this rope tether in between the two, and it would, frankly, it would really slow things down if they had to tie and untie that. Thank you to those of you who have been watching since the beginning. We're happy to have you. It's been a lot of fun thus far. We are really grateful to have the support of fans all over the world.
Okay, so there it is, guys. It's 2 1-minute rounds of length with a break in between. 2 1-minute rounds with a break in between.
Good comment from Greg Rice. Polearms are ouchie. Greg, I am inclined to agree with you, my friend.
Okay, so if they go outside.
Switching over to our Facebook comments, Sergio Quattrini says, I hope to fight against the guy who will win this selection. Sergio, good luck to you, my friend. We look forward to seeing you in action. Micah Krug passing along his wishes to Bo as well. We know Bo's really excited, and we're happy for him. We're coming to you live from Temecula, California. We are in what feels like our 1000th hour of this broadcast, but folks, that is what we love about these competitions, is they are an all-weekend thing. it's almost like you're back here in the press box with us. Because you see all this as it happens. You figure out these things as they happen. The good news is our director, Manny, the technical genius that he is, has arranged the shot in such a way that you can't see the mess of materials that I have on my desk in front of me. I've got an empty coffee mug, got a pack of Sunny D that is as warm as bath water, got a roll of toilet paper because we ran out of Kleenexes, and we're out in the middle of the country, so we didn't want to run in the store to get more. So that's what we're working with, folks. We thank you for joining us thus far in the broadcast. We want to apologize if our stream breaks at any point or just a little skip. We've, again, the technical genius, Manny, that's been running our show, has found a way to, I think, we are siphoning all of the collective Wi-Fi and Ethernet of Temecula, California. We are drawing it in, but here's the thing. It's the downside of being on this beautiful palatial estate out in the hills of wine country in Southern California is connectivity's hard to get by. So we apologize if the stream skips a little bit. We appreciate you sticking with us, as you have all weekend long. We really appreciate you doing that. So we're waiting for the Polearm competition to get started.
So we got 2 random fighters in this round. Just Sale versus Howard Longest.
Okay. We have the names of our competitors. We have Zale versus Howard Longest. They are our Polearms competitors. They're going to be here in just a moment. Howard is on. Okay, thank you.
Please be ready. Kelsey, Gentry, and Ella Harlan are on deck. Please be ready.
Oh, Howard Longest, member of the Vegas Death Dealers, versus Zale, who I believe is fighting for Club Ursus out in the Bay Area, San Jose. So Howard Longest looks like he's got some decoration there on his helmet. Is Howard the guy that does the squid hat sometimes? Is that him? Maybe so. You know, in a lot of ways, that's very immersive of the historical tournaments, is a little bit of fanfare. So Howard Longest is in the black and green cloth there. Once again, he is representing the Vegas Death Dealers. Which, are they an ACS team?
They are not exclusively fighting both.
Okay, they fight in both leagues. We have had in recent years, HMB has welcomed a number of ACS teams into the fold, into cross-compete, and we're always happy to have them. The more the merrier. So Zale with Ursus, another mononym, is fighting alongside, or fighting against rather, not alongside, fighting against Howard Longest of the Vegas Death Dealers. They're inspecting the line, making sure everyone is on the same wavelength. And folks, get ready for the big hits. This is where the hits come in. Side of the guy says he's putting his money on Howard Longest. Non-consensual says a warm orange juice a day keeps something away, but I'm not quite sure. Ty Campbell says let's go Longest. All right, folks, I'm really excited. This is where the carnage happens. Here we go. A salute to the opponents, each in a high guard stance. Look at the reach on those things. Oh gosh. I can't remember who said it in the chat, but somebody said polearms are ouchy, and I agree with you. I'm cringing just looking at this. I've never competed in the polearm competition, but I'm interested to see how the attack commitment comes into play. That is to say, you know, to reload a shot after you really throw your body weight into a polearm shot, I imagine it takes a while to reload, to get ready. Those of you in the chat who fought with polearms, let us know. Dylan Clifton says, no, it's our new team colors for our new team, which is the Den of Werewolves. Dylan, thank you very much for that clarification. So it looks like Howard Longest is wearing the colors of the Den of Werewolves, which is Ante de Bisclarve. I apologize for butchering that language. Ty Campbell says, have at you. Mateo says, Zale, let's go Zale. Zay. All right, both teams return to their corners. Fighters are chatting it out with their teammates. Get some pointers, words of wisdom. Looks like we got about 30. The marshal is saying 30 seconds on the clock. Might be too close to call. We like to let you know who's currently in the lead if we can. It's not always feasible, though. Okay, 10 seconds, and the fighters are called back to the center of the list. Keisha Lewis on YouTube says, let's go, Howard.
Say hello to our live stream host right here. Pop in on him.
Folks, I'm joined in the booth now by Gage Maverick, who's our ring master. So, Gage, what do you think about this polearm action?
This is an amazing thing. I haven't seen this all day. I've seen guys walking around here and kind of sharpening these swords all day long, and I didn't know when they were going to use them, and here it is. They were preparing for this moment. The polearm. Mm-hmm. That pole is longer than me.
Yeah. Have to imagine there's a lot of hitting power behind those strikes.
Yeah, and you see, I love they have the limitations. It's kind of shrunk the playing field a little bit like the red zone in football.
Yeah,
It kind of limits the...
Just the right amount of order to the chaos.
Here we go to the second round, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Second 1-minute round right here. Will it be Howard Hughes or will it be Zale? And you see a totally different strategy here. Cannot get below that rope or cross that rope.
A good exchange.
And you see the tactical maneuvers. They are aware. You see the fighters are abundantly aware of that line behind them.
And they've already taken some chunks out of the tape on their hilts there.
Yes, but I'm informed they can have their foot on the line. They have to completely cross it. So, unlike football, if you touch the line, that's out of bounds. You're allowed to stand on the line. You have to go completely. So right there, his heels were on the line. That would have been out of bounds in NFL or college football.
15 seconds on the clock.
So we're going to have a 10-second call. 10 seconds, everybody. 10 seconds. This is when the intensity builds, audience. YouTube and our streaming audience. 10 seconds left. They go all in. Our audience is going crazy. They're on their feet here at CRC. Beautiful Temecula, California.
And there it is. That's the round. Howard Longus and Zale retire to their corners.
That's correct. Standing by our female competitors in this round. Kelsey Gentry and Helena Harlow will be standing by, ready to duel it out in the competition.
Yeah.
Polearm, yeah. I went blank on that. Polearm competition.
It's been a long day.
It has been a long day.
Been a long 2 days.
I can't believe my voice is still here. Still drinking that same mint tea with lemon.
That's the secret sauce right there.
Secret sauce. Promise no alcohol. It's just straight, kind of boring. Tea and lemon.
Boring, but it works. Keeps your voice.
It is, in fact, effective. I won't have a voice tomorrow, though. Let's see what the judges decided.
And the winner is Zale, representing Team Ursus. Good show of sportsmanship there in the middle. So if I'm not mistaken, we are now going to the women's division. Let me double check our schedule. We said it a moment ago. Looks to be Kelsey Gentry and Helena Harlow. Helena Harlow, of course, in the black Italian armor. Kelsey Gentry in the clap visor and the black and green brigandine, the green gambesson, black and green brigandine. Non-consensual Snuggles is gonna have some bruises after that one. Ty Campbell says, great fight, guys. Yeah, polearm's obviously the most punishing. I think it's safe to say it's the most punishing duel event. As someone who's tussled with a polearm fighter in melee, I can just tell you, if you're going to try to block those strikes, you better have a lot of faith in your gauntlets. And a nice hug there between Gentry and Helena. So we have Gentry and Helena Harlow. Kelsey Gentry, that is. Kelsey Gentry and Helena have both competed in a number of different dueling events. Their stamina is impressive. Looks like we have a bye. Maybe a fighter withdrew, but we have to make it official. Looks like that looks to be Ronan Sato, I believe. Looks like he is yielding to Ian Webb. Titan of a man. Good God. So Ian Webb wins by default as Ronan Sato has withdrawn from the competition. Understandably so, as Ronan's already competed in a number of events. So now we return to Kelsey Gentry and Helena Harlow. That was the event we were expecting. They're returning now to the list. Greg Rice, good question. I want to know who made their gauntlets. Like I said, you gotta trust them. Otherwise, you're gonna be coping with a broken finger. Here we go. Helena Harlow versus Kelsey Gentry. And they'll begin. Gentry will make the first attack. Aggressive show of force there by Gentry. She'll step out of the way of Harlow's strike, though. It does look like Harlow's polearm is longer than Gentry's, but as we mentioned, that does come with a trade-off. Though you have better reach, your reset time between strikes takes longer. A shorter weapon, you can get off more strikes in the same amount of time, but you have less reach, perhaps less power as well, though that's not always as relevant. Yeah, here it is. And that's the fight between Gentry and Harlow. To retire to their corners, get some words of advice from their team, maybe get some water, get some air, go off their feet for a moment, catch their breath. Marshall's conferring there in the center of the list. The sun is beginning to drop as we approach the final rounds of our competition, this tournament this weekend. Waiting results of this round. Mark Jackson, our lead marshal, chatting with his team. Let's see who we have in the wings here. We should have Howard Longus and Matthew Creedigan. Howard Longus, of course, with the Werewolves. Matthew Creedigan with Cerberus Emesis, team that finished second place in yesterday's 6-on-6. They are going to Serbia, though, for a pro fight. So in a lot of ways, this national qualifier, they punched their ticket, all ready to battle the nations. All right, so here is round two of Helena Harlow versus Kelsey Gentry. Fighters return to the center of the list. And there's the fighting. swear I felt a tremor on the table just now. Don't know if that's the force of these hits or just the fact that we're in Southern California right by a major fault line. You never know. But the fighters are digging deep. This is where exhaustion starts to take its hold. Their team is cheering them on. A good counter there by Helena. Oh, but a good gut shot by Gentry. Both fighters being weary. 10 seconds left. Just trading blows at this point. Digging through the exhaustion to bring the pain. Got to be seconds left on the clock. Good counter, and that's the match. Fighters will retire to their sides of the list. Marshals are chatting over to see who's won what. Calculate the points. Look for the meaningful contact. Marshals are still chatting here. Ty Campbell says, "Go girls." Marshals are just finalizing some details. We should have a winner soon. Dylan Clifton, great comment. It is all about rotational energy and using the opponent's strike to help reset your own strike. Hence why Simon Rohich loads his swing up like a baseball bat. I hope I said that name right. But Dylan, thank you for that note. Rotational energy is here. And who's the winner? Kelsey Gentry is the winner of that competition. Dylan makes up a great point. Rotational energy is everything. You'll see a good, powerful swing will capitalize on that rotational energy from the rest of the body. That's why lots of times we compliment these fighters on their footwork. Because a good, powerful swing starts at the feet, comes up through the core, and exits through the blade of your weapon. So here is Howard Longus once again for the Werewolves in the black and green, and Matthew Creedigan in the Cerberus Emesis colors. Both fighters coming to the center.
All right, here we go. So fighters in the middle. Last second instruction. Congratulations to Zale and Kelsey, our winners from this particular round of Polearm. Moving on.
Just having a chat with the organizer. Want to make sure everything is according to plan. Cerberus Emesis based in Portland, Oregon, west coast of the United States. All right, here we go. Howard Longus and Matthew Creedigan. And the fight is on. You can see both fighters kind of tilting their heads back so they can keep an eye on their opponent's blade. I don't know if you can see it on the live stream, but it's interesting to see the different shapes of the blades. Looks like Longus is using more of a true halberd, and Creedigan's using a bearded axe. We'll see how the blade differences affect them. Both opponents being cautious. Again, as our friend and colleague Dylan Clifton said, oh, it looks like Matthew Creedigan has hooked the haft of Longus. That's what we talked about. The difference the blade can make. Some good shots to the head there. Block not quite high enough. Man, there's some heat coming there. You know they feel that.
10 seconds.
About 5 seconds left. Now, both fighters being cautious, and that's the fight. That's the round. We'll see what comes next.
So we got our first 5-second line reach. You saw the first time we had a 5-second line reach and a 5-second count.
Looks like we had a line breach there.
Oh, if he doesn't get in,
No effect on the score. Is that their line breach? Nothing to worry about on that front. Fighters are being called back to the list as we enter this final phase of competition here. Mark Jackson, our head marshal, leading the ceremony here. And round 2, Howard Longus versus Michael Creedigan. Oh, a good sidestep by Creedigan. Not attempting a counter just yet. Both sides testing each other. I don't know if you can hear the eerie silence here in the crowd. There's a lot of suspense between these strikes. Creedigan's going to reset his stance. Howard Longus stepping forward. Good shot there. Oh! And Howard Longus is going down. Meaningful contact, giving him a moment to breathe. Marshals are checking on him. We'll go ahead and jump out. We want to be respectful. Whenever a fighter goes down, and that happens, we want to give them a moment to catch their breath. Unbothered by our prying eyes on the live stream. We want to allow them a semblance of privacy while they catch their breath. What happened there was Creedigan was able to get a pretty meaningful shot on Longus's side. And we saw him kind of go down. Our on-hand medic will be taking a look at him. These injuries do happen. We're going to go ahead and jump into a standby, folks. We're going to make sure this fighter is okay. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back in just a few minutes. All right, folks. So Howard Longus has withdrawn. I don't know if he's actually withdrawn, but he was ruled no longer fit to fight. So Matthew Creedigan wins by default. So Howard Longus is receiving some care from the medic staff just outside of our list here. We will see whether this will advance or whether the program will continue. We want to, of course, make sure that our fighters are taken care of and everyone's all right, because these injuries can happen. There looks to be Ian Webb there, who's taking the center of the list, that giant in the great helm. A Crusader-esque knight. It looks like he could take back the Holy Land by himself. Goodness. Marshals are taking a look at Howard Longus, getting him out of his armor, making sure he's all right. We've had a number of injuries this weekend thus far. We want to make sure that everyone's okay. We do see some fighters taking to the list, though. It looks as though the tournament is poised to continue. So we're in a little bit of a holding pattern. All right, so it looks like we have two fresh combatants here in the center of the list. Mark Jackson, the head marshal, is calling the marshals back to position. They'll let the medics take care of the fallen knight as he's evaluated. And let's see who we have. Looks like we have Jake Schultz versus Ian Webb. Ian Webb is the fellow in the blue, Jake is the fellow in the green.
Facing off is Jake Schultz. Jake Schultz, everybody.
And we want to pass along that Jake Schultz is himself a returning national champion for polearms. So we'll see how these two face off. There's a clear size advantage held by Webb, but Schultz can find a way around that if Webb isn't cautious.
Jake Schultz and Ian Webb on our right. We're sitting in the bleachers. Ian Schultz and Jake Schultz and Ian Webb. Sorry, Jake Schultz and Ian Webb.
Looks like Mark Jackson is chatting with the competitors and reminding them that in order to score points, they have to make blade contact, not hilt contact. Not enough to cross-check someone, you have to hit them with the blade of your weapon.
Are we ready to roll? Okay, still discussing previous bouts.
So once again, this is Jake Schultz. Does he say Schultz or Schultz? Schultz. Schultz. Versus Ian Webb. Greg Rice well put the mountain. Ian Webb is just a beast of a man. We saw him really hold his own as he was fighting for the peasant uprising yesterday. Did a great job. I think there was only one round where he was brought down. Other than that, he was the last man standing. All right, here we go. Jake Schultz versus Ian Webb. So begins this next competition. Ian Webb readying himself. Schultz staying light on his feet, staying loose. Looks like both duelists approaching with caution, but Jake will approach that center line. Oh, a good shot. That dull thud, meaning that the blade found its mark. And that's got to hurt. Oh, what a hit. Jake Schultz is switch up his grip there. A good shot. You can actually see, I don't know if it's rattan or bamboo, but Schultz's polearm is bending around Longus's hilt to deliver blows. Some serious hits there. The striking power. It started calm, but it quickly escalated. I can't imagine the hitting power that these two are capable of. 10 seconds in this competition. More meaningful hits. Ian Webb, he doesn't have a full plate crease. He's using a brigandine crease, it looks like. Good fake out and a good shot. The two will hug it out. They are bringing the heat. What a show. Ian Webb will get off his feet there, catch his breath. Jake Schultz seemed unbothered. We've learned that Howard Longus, who was the fighter that was escorted off the list, is doing well. He's being taken care of. I'm sure he appreciates your well wishes in the chat. He's going to be just fine. We always want to take apparent injury seriously, though, folks. When a fighter no longer appears able to hold their weapon and stand, it's not safe for them to continue. Live to fight another day. Greg Rice, that's a good question. Is it possible to push a little for the long shot? We have seen a little bit of, I don't want to call it full cross checking, but a little bit of pushing to create distance. We have seen some of that. That's a very good question, though, Greg. Thank you for raising it. Some big hits already. It's that dull thud, you know, not the sharp ting of metal on metal, but when metal meets brigadine. Some brutal exchanges there. What a matchup. A good counter there by Schultz. Catching Webb's strike and then answering with one of his own. You'll see Jake switching up his grip. He'll attack and then withdraw. Some beautiful work. Oh, sweet mercy. Both fighters meeting their mark. Just trading blows. 10 seconds. Jake Schultz will switch his grip. Good, he found it. That blade found its mark. A good feint high to strike low. The two are dissolving, and the marshal will stop that. Thus ends the competition. Looks like Jake Schultz lost his pauldron there. They'll fix that before he returns. A great show. A great show. Ty Campbell says strength and honor to Longus. So next we should have Zale versus Matthew Creedigan. Zale versus Matthew Creedigan. Creedigan, of course, was the Cerberus Emesis fighter who faced off against Longus, and that fight was ended when Longus suffered an injury. So Creedigan perhaps looking for more. And it looks like of the two, we'll see who's the winner, and the winner is Jake Schultz. Jake Schultz has a history of national championships. Ian Webb has nothing to be ashamed of. Jake is a very talented fighter. Some beautiful counters to see there. Absolutely fantastic. So it looks like this will be our final battle of the preliminary polearms, because after this we had Ronan Sato, who has withdrawn from the competition, meaning Jake Schultz, who just fought, wins by default. So remember, when a fighter withdraws, it's the bracket continues as it was. That withdrawn fighter, though, just forfeits. So it's as if they lost. So Jake Schultz will advance with a 2-0 record this tournament. So here is Matthew Creedigan versus Zale. Matthew Creedigan is the fighter in the Ursus colors, the black and yellow, versus Zale in the red and blue. Greg, thanks for your note, buddy. We'll try to get as close as we can to the action while still seeing it. Here we have Zale and Matthew Creedigan. There again, we see Matthew Creedigan using the bearded axe to hook the weapon of his opponent. That's a brilliant strategy there. Love the calm quiet in between strikes. Another, ooh. So what happened there was, you saw it, Creedigan hooked Zale's weapon and Zale answered with a hilt strike, which will not count for points. but can create an opening. And the marshals will stop the fight. Both fighters will step back to reset. Marshals are examining the rope barrier in the middle there. And we can see Howard Longest there walking, exiting the list on his own power. We always like to see that. Injured, but able to walk out on his own power. All right, both fighters are being called back for round 2. But first, looks like the marshals are reinforcing the rope. Looks like the rope maybe got tugged out of place a little bit. It can happen, as you imagine. All right, here it is. Round 2. Matthew Creedigan versus Zale. Lots of energy from these two fighters. Sierra Herman on Facebook says, "Let's go Zale." Mason Woodyard says, "Go Creedigan." A good exchange there. Creedigan will change his grip. Change his grip again. Look for an opening. Both teams standing. A good move by Zale there to get Creedigan's axe beard. 15 seconds. Creedigan has done a great job of hooking his opponent's weapon with his bearded axe, using it to his advantage. Lots of hits, about 5 seconds. Could end any moment. A good counter there, but a corner thwarted. And that's the fight. Now it's up to the marshals to decide who is the winner between Matthew Creedigan and Zale. So what do you think, folks? Who had that one? Let us know in the chat. Matthew Creedigan or Zale? I know it's hard to see on the live stream sometimes, so we appreciate you bearing with us. If it's any consolation, it's hard to see who won in person. All right, looks like our marshal is calling the fighters to the center of the ring. And we'll see who the winner is between Creedigan and Zale. The winner is Zale. Zale looking to hug his opponent. I know Zale's excited. You can see the elation through the mask. All right, so I think what's going to happen now is we're going to take a brief break before we jump to the finals. We're awaiting word from our Master of Ceremonies. Looks like Gage Maverick, our MC, is signing off. We are entering the final rounds of our competition. We expect a few more rounds here. That was Gage Maverick, our MC, signing off. We're going to go ahead and step into a brief hold here, folks, because it looks like the marshals are going to need a moment to figure out the schedule. Don't go anywhere, folks. We are expecting this to wrap up in just a moment. We'll be right back. Not a huge rush. All right, folks, we are back. Thank you for joining us. So we took a little break there because Zale, who just won one competition, is now, it looks like, fighting again. This time against Ian Webb, the the mountain with the, I think that's a squid hat in his belt. I always love to see those weird little accoutrements. I freaking love it. I freaking love that. So this is Ian Webb versus Zale. Our Night Marshal, Mark Jackson, making sure everyone's on the same page. Fighters hug it out before they beat themselves to a bloody pulp. And here it is. Ian Webb, Zale, a good salute. I always like to see that. Here we go. The two are just watching each other. The time is on. They're going. Both are approaching with caution, probably because they've each seen what the other is capable of. They both will trade a blow, though I don't know if the marshals would consider both of those substantial. Both fighters readying themselves, another testing blow. Ian Webb going in for the strike, and Zale will counter. Gosh, the concussive blast that Ian Webb is capable of delivering. I shudder to think of it. 15 seconds left this round. It'll be no doubt a low-scoring round, but 10 seconds. And that's probably it. And that's the round. Both fighters withdrawing there before the time was up. So we'll see. That seems to me like a low-scoring round. I don't know what the marshals will decide. They know better than I. But what do you think at home? Who would you like to see take it all? Because this is the semifinals right here. We're entering the final phase of the competition here. The sun is beginning to set. We're getting that nice evening glow. Makes it almost impossible to get a good iris on your camera shot. We're doing our best, folks. We're doing the best we can. We appreciate you watching. For real, though. Like, we appreciate your support. We appreciate you guys watching all weekend long. We appreciate you liking this video so that Buhurt League will give us the keys to this broadcast again. They are showing a lot of faith by giving us crazy people control over their YouTube and Facebook. It's a lot of trust. Hopefully, we don't make them regret it. All right, here's round two. Zale versus Ian Webb. A much more forceful start to this round. Looks like Zale was able to sneak a shot in there while Ian Webb was resetting. Dylan Clifton says, big ouch. Dylan Clifton says, looks like Howard took the axe to his pelvic bone when there's no armor. I can't even imagine how badly that would hurt. I'm like squirming, sitting on my chair with my glass of orange juice and my coffee. All right, back to the fight. Enough about me. Another strong shot by Ian Webb. A counter by Zale. Looks like a good shot. Well placed. 10 seconds. I darn well think that Ian Webb is going to snap Zale's haft in half. I think it is actually starting to break, and he brings him down. Fighters will step aside. He might let that time go out. That might be the round. The two will hug it out. Good sportsmanship. Fighters will catch their breath, chat a little bit. I can kind of overhear what Ian Webb is saying. He may have changed weapons since that first fight in favor of a lighter weapon. You know, it's always interesting to see which loadout the fighters prefer. Some people prefer a heavier weapon because obviously you can hit harder with it. Some people prefer a lighter weapon because it's so much easier to manipulate, reload, and you can instead bring more force because you can swing it faster. It's kind of like, would you rather be hit by a bullet or a freight train? Either way, it's going to hurt. Come to peace with that. Looks like next we have Jake Schultz and Matthew Creedigan. But first, let's announce the winner of this competition. The winner is Zale. Zale is the winner. Congratulations to Zale. And Ian Webb will take a bow as well. Ian Webb has a lot to be proud of. He really carried his team, the Peasant Uprising, and had a good finish here in the Duels. He has a lot to be proud of, and we were glad he could come out. All right, Jake Schultz versus Matthew Creedigan. Two of our hardest hitters thus far. Wouldn't want to be caught between these two, I can tell you that. Jake Schultz is, of course, a former national champion looking to further his legacy. But Matthew Creedigan, though, is on a team that's set to fight at Buhurt Prime in Serbia. Good show of sportsmanship. And here it is. Let's see what they can come up with. And he's hooked. Oh, interesting tactic there. But Jake Schultz will mirror it. A gentleman's agreement. They each let go of the other's weapon. I love that. All right. I love those little moments you can't explain. The humanity through the savagery. And speaking of savagery, how about the swings? That was a good hit. I heard that. The dull thud of an axe head to Brigadine. And take a look at that. When Jake Schultz's arm is up, you can see the gap on his armor. He's going to have to watch that. I mean, he knows what he's doing. Another good grab. Less than 10 to go. The two are trading blows. And that's it. That's the first round. What a pleasure to watch these two fight. My goodness. Two will return to their corners to get a breath. Can we get just a tiny bit less music there, Jay? Marshall's chatting it out. Fighters going to examine their armor. Made a point there with Jake Schultz's armor kit there. When he raises his axe above his head, he's got quite a gap under the armpit. That's something that he's no doubt aware of, something that he's watching. But man, it doesn't take much from an axe to really mess you up. And the polearms will resume. Gesture of sportsmanship between Schultz and Creedigan. And here we go. Creedigan gets a shot off Schultz's dome. Seem to have deflected that one. No points there. We're hearing some contact, but remember, to score points, you have to make contact with the blade. Hilt shots don't count. Or the haft, rather. Pardon me. A little bit of a grapple there. Greg, I think you had that question earlier. Can the two kind of check each other to keep their distance? I think that's your answer. I think they can. You see them approaching each other in a guard to open up a shot. It is a lot of fun, though, to watch these two fight. Watch those axe heads whirl around. I tell you what, though, if you're in the Marshal Corps, you got to keep your head in a swivel. 10 seconds. Oh, there was some contact. Do it again, shouts Jake's teammate. And that's the fight. All right, the marshals will confer, and we should have a winner. We are fast approaching the end of our tournament, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to those of you who have been with us since the beginning. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a journey. We are really happy that we could offer a live stream, because this is a community affair. We want you at home to feel like you're part of the action, because you are. Tournaments and programs like this could not exist without the support from the community as a whole. And here we have a winner announced. The winner is Matthew Creedican. And so Jake Schultz will compete in the bracket for 3rd and 4th, I believe.
Next, we have Ian Webb and Jake Schultz.
Next, we have Ian Webb versus Jake Schultz. So Jake Schultz just competed, so he will be allowed just a few minutes to catch his breath. It's kind of the downside of when we get to the later phase of the tournaments here, is that it does get to a point where you might get eliminated from the winner's bracket, and so then you have to fight for a consolation prize immediately after. So he's going to be facing Ian Webb, you know, the Mountain, as our friends on chat have called him, the Titan of the Peasant Uprising. He'll be competing against Jake Schultz for, I believe, this will decide the 3rd and 4th place respectively, the winner of this competition. And then the finals will be between Matthew Creedican I can't quite recall who else would be in there. Zale, perhaps. Zale, yes, I think that's right. We'll confirm with you. Dylan Clifton says, I'm signing off for the day. Congrats to the winners and great work from all the fighters. Looking forward to meeting you at an event. Landon, thanks for killer broadcast. Dylan, we really appreciate you watching, and we appreciate your chat. We appreciate all of you who are watching, all of you for chatting along. All right, so this is exciting, folks, because we are now deciding the standings. These are the last 2 rounds of competition. Ian Webb is going to be fighting Jake Schultz. The winner of that will finish in 3rd. And then after that, it will be between Matthew Creedican and Zale, and the winner of that will take 1st. Folks, it's been fun. Got mixed feelings about this tournament coming to an end. On one hand, I'm a little bit relieved because, I mean, we're all just exhausted. But on the other hand, I'm sad because this has been a lot of fun. I've really enjoyed coming out here, and I hope you have enjoyed hanging out with us. We've really enjoyed hanging out with you guys. We like to think the feeling is mutual. Yes, that is indeed a squid on Ian Webb's belt there. All right, Jake Schultz coming up against Ian Webb again. And the fight is on. Mark Jackson, our Knight Marshal, reiterating the fight command. These two are testing each other. At this point, this late in the competition, a charge by Ian Webb. A good hit. Schultz can unload with some power. Oh, sweet mercy. Ian Webb needs to keep his guard up. If he can't take a lot of hits like that. Another hit to the pelvic region for Ian Webb. I think the problem is when you're like 6'8", your pelvis is everyone else's like chest height. So you tend to take a lot of pelvic shots. Good counter by Schultz. Ian Webb advancing forward, having Schultz kind of on the back line. 10 seconds. We'll see how they can resolve this. A power shot by Webb. Schultz not advancing yet. Maybe looking for an opening, maybe feeling confident in his status. And he got another one. And that'll be the round. Marshals will chat, see who won. Fighters getting a little rest, as much rest as they can, mind you. It's funny, even when Ian Webb is sitting down, he's still taller than some of the fighters we've seen today. That great helmet makes him look even bigger. Jake Schultz getting some chat from his, it was Ordo Draconis teammates. And I believe Jake Schultz was named the MVP yesterday. No, we're not 100% sure. Don't quote me on that. I'll check. That's right. That was Nick Shank. Nick Shank who got. I don't want to sell Mr. Shank short. It was it's the one-syllable names that throw me, that start with an S. A lot of fighters to keep track of. It's good for Mr. Shank. We don't want to take that away from him. Schultz, though, here has been putting on a heck of a show. Some great competition. Lost to Matthew Creedican in the last qualifying round, so he's fighting here for third place. Yeah, non-consensual Snuggles referring to the last round. I don't blame him. I wouldn't want to go forward either. Folks, we're working with just about a 2-minute broadcast delay, so that's why it takes me about 2 minutes to get to your comments. I apologize. All right, here we go. Schultz versus Webb. Some nasty strikes. Schultz is great at finding those headshots. And Ian Webb will topple. Schultz will show some wonderful restraint there and not capitalize on his fallen opponent. Looks like they're taking a look at Webb. Webb's hopping up. He might be stuck on the rope. He's going to roll out. He's going to find his way to his feet. Not injured, just stuck. The marshals will let the fight continue. That rope is there to divide the two fighters, but also give a limit as to how low the attacks can go. But the marshals will let it play out as we are nearing the end. Some good restraint, though, on Nick Schultz's behalf. He's good at finding those openings. Another great shot. No doubt Ian Webb is smelling ozone after that one. Ian Webb seems pretty gassed here. Rightfully so. Schultz circling. A whiff. Hold. Looks like 5 seconds left. Marshall paused for apparent equipment failure. 5 seconds. Enough for one last, and that's the time. Looks like the haft of Schultz's axe is starting to snap. So that's what the brief pause was. They wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to break and throw the axe head into the crowd. All right, we are now waiting for the verdict on that to find out who's the winner here. Ian Webb remaining in the list there. That's likely I think that is definitely his last fight of the day. Not likely his last fight of the day, it's definitely his last fight of the day. Crowd favorite there. We're getting an encore. All right, the fighters have been called back to the center. Jake Schultz is. Here is Jake Schultz. Sexy hair as our. He is the winner. So Jake Schultz will finish third. He will hug as a mountain of an opponent. A good fist bump for good nature. Good gesture there. Okay, with that, we will be coming to the final round to decide who is first, who is second. This is Matthew Creedican and Zale. Another mononym, known only as Zale. How are you folks doing at home? It's been a great weekend. It's been a lot of fun. We're excited that we are now approaching the pinnacle. Landon Morris there getting a shout out for being the first in the Sword and Shield competition. He and I had an instant connection because we share the same name. came up to me in a tournament and said, "Who the heck is this Landing guy I keep hearing about?" He's a great guy. And, as witnessed today, an excellent duelist. All right, here's Zale entering the list now in the red and blue. Matthew Creedican in the Cerberus black and yellow. Walking out now. And a gesture here. This is for all the marbles, folks. This is to decide who is first and who is second. And the fight is on between Zale and Creedican. Both fighters approaching with some degree of caution, looking for an opening. Creedican will approach, Zale will withdraw, but no shots fired. Someone in the audience shouted, "Y'all come to dance or fight?" I don't know, man. I wouldn't be talking trash to two guys with axes. Well, here we're seeing some. Creedican throwing some shots, Zale answering. Looking for openings. There's a lot on the line here. They don't want to make a mistake that's going to cost them. 15 seconds left in the round, probably closer to 10 now. 10 seconds. There's the foray. Both fighters spinning out to reset. They may take this round. Yeah, that's the round. Both fighters will reset, reassess. Something that we've seen here in some of these duels with the experienced fighters is this first round almost becomes a reconnaissance mission. Both fighters are, I don't want to say cautious, because that's not the right word, but they're very analytical. They're kind of testing the waters to see what happens. And then it's the second round where we see it pop off, where we see the fighters try to put the intelligence that they gathered in that first fight to good use. So this will decide who is the winner between Matthew Creedican of Cerberus and Zale of Ursus. And this is it, folks. This is our last round of competition. We do hope you'll stick around with us afterward for a medal ceremony where we'll celebrate the winners of the dueling event. And here it is, Creedican versus Zale. The second round. You can see Creedican's able to sidestep that swipe by Zale. A certain degree of caution. There's a lot at stake here. Neither fighter wants to open themselves up. A good contact there. That'll be a point. Creedican can hit hard. We've seen that in his bout with Howard Longus. Interesting approach there. Zale's keeping his glaive low. Bringing it up now. 15 seconds this round. 10 seconds. Both fighters looking for an opening. Good attack and block by Creedican. This is where it pops off. The aggression kicks in. And that's it. So we'll see what the marshals have to say. Remember, we have seen once already where there was a tie and it got pushed to a third round. And that's when things really went off. Remember that. Logan Queen says, "Let's go Zale." Thanks for watching, Logan. Marshals are conferring. Definitely lower scoring matches. Folks, you said we talked about ties. It's a tie, too close to call. They will have to do another round. This is a gold medal round, so says Mark Jackson, the night marshal. It is 2-2. It is a dead tie. They have to settle this now. It'll be another round of competition. This is for all the marbles. Grant Gillette says, hello from Germany. Thanks for a great show. Grant, thank you so much for watching. Grant, I think it's very late at night in Germany. That just hit me. I don't know whether to say Guten Abend or Guten Morgen. Regardless, we're glad you're with us, Grant. Here we go, and the fighters are back for another round. A good strike by Zale there. Creedigan bearing down. A good block, and there's the Creedigan hook. But Zale answers with a hit of his own. A good cross block counter. This is where they're all settling the score. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Creedigan showing some aggression. Another powerful shot. 5. Looking for no, but that's it. So we'll see if this has changed things. The marshals will have to see. Is it too close to call? NH on YouTube is asking, is there any melees left today? Unfortunately, there's not. We finished our melee competition yesterday, but you can watch it in its entirety on the Buhurt League YouTube page. It's just this same event, but part 1. So I hope you'll watch it, NH. Fighters to the center. Looks like we have a verdict. We have a winner. Let's see. Mark Jackson, our night marshal. And who's the winner? The winner is a very close call. Matthew Creedigan. Matthew Creedigan is the winner. Zale comes in second. And that was the competition. Matthew Creedigan is once again our winner there. All right. We are now, with our competitions now concluded, we are getting ready for a medal ceremony to present the winners. We are preparing. Chatting with Mark Jackson, our night marshal. He says we are DUN, done. We're ready to give out some medals. The fighters will be gathering here in the center of the list. We will recap who has won. Manny, let's go ahead and step into a standby. Let's get ready to take ambient vocals. And folks, you at home, we'll let you listen into this medal ceremony. We're going to step into a standby real quick because the fighters have to gather each other. They have to rouse their team and come to the center of the list. And we will carry that to you live, and then we will do a quick wrap-up and a sign-off. We'll bring it home, but don't go anywhere. We want to give these fighters who fought hard their due. We hope you'll stick with us. Manny, take us to standby.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our Age of Craft vendor here from the Ukraine. He is selling weapons and armor in the back. This is our final sale. He's going to be closing his shop here in a moment. So if you'd like to buy anything from Age of Craft, please come to the back to his table and he'll be happy to help you out. So he's at the back table here, Age of Craft. If you're from the outside and want to check this out, come on in and check it out.
You look like a beast out there. You're just cleaning up a few things. Yeah, I don't know if you can fight. I was much happier about this year. Like you and like the guys that fought, like I was yeah, and then I saw that. I was like, oh, that one wasn't bad. Okay. They were wearing jeans. So they kind of like,
Hell yeah. Have a good one. Yeah, we're out of here. I got a tired time.
the most common is
Retain these things together.
yes,
They don't even give you a reason to fucking rack it. Russian word for it is solid.
like they literally just right.
Why? It's not that expensive. Where'd you get the head? Honestly, I was pretty yeah, that's the thing. How will it work so far? That's the thing. If you can,
And I'm one of the people who
depends on your ability.
why?
You do that pull back. Pull, you have to reset up and fire. It has to be one stick motion or you skate hung up on it. Oh yeah, it's tough. Yeah, they get some fun.
Yeah, this is massive. It's way higher level.
No, I mean, I'm happy with the performance.
Yeah, you're a little
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to do the award ceremony now. We need fighters to come to the arena, please. Master Kreenekin, Zale, Jake, Women's, Kelsey, Helena, Buckler, Bo, and Mark, and Vernon. Women's Buckler, Shoshana, Ace, and Kelsey. Women's Sword and Shield, Shoshana and Kelsey. Longsword, Spencer, Anthony, Nathan. Shield, Landon, Nathan, Colin. And Longsword, Julie, Ace, and Alexandra. Please come to the arena.
We always do yeah, and to be honest, like the way Ordo fought, almost 100% right, that's great.
Right, no, it's phenomenal.
Well, then it becomes mind-blowing.
Let's say it's about
To the field. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's face the cameras here. We have our live stream still going. If you can find them, come up here behind me. We have, let's start with
Hey, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining us. We are here in the final closing ceremony of the HMB USA 2022 National Qualifier. We had an awesome day of dueling, getting representatives from both the women and the men's. We're getting a presentation of champions here. Let's listen in if we can. Jay, can we kill the music so we can hear the audio?
second place is Helen. Who is not on the field this time. Next we have Butler. Do we have Polearm here? First place. Congratulations, Will. Second place, Mark Sanders. Next we have Ronan. Third place, Ronan. Come at you. Hey, good job. Next we have women's buckler. Shoshana, please come to the All right, for second place, we have Ace. Congratulations. Third place for women's buckler is Kelsey. Third place, Kelsey, good job. Next, we have women's shield, Shoshana. First place, women's shield. Thank you very much. Next, we have second place, Kelsey. Please step forward. Thank you, Kelsey. Next, we have Longsword. First place is Spencer. Next place is Andy. Please step forward, sir. Second place. Here we are. Hey, I get away with that. Sorry. Thank you. Third place, Nathan. Please step forward. Nathan left? Okay, we will give his third place medal to him later. Thank you. Next, sword and shield, we have Landon. Please come to this one. Sword and shield, next sword and shield, Landon. Hey, good job. Hey, sir, you get one of these. Yeah. Yes. Money. It says money. Yes. You're welcome, sir. Next, we have Nathan, who is not here. We will provide his award to him separately. And next, Colin Martineau. Please come to the front. Third place is Colin Martineau. Really? They can call them. Next, we have women's longsword. First place, Julie. Come on down. There you go, sir. There you go, Julie. Thank you.
Good job.
So next place for women's longsword, we have Ace. Congratulations again. Next we have for women's longsword, third place is Alexandra. Please step forward. Good job. And next we have men's polearm. Matthew Creedican, please step forward. Second place for men's polearm goes to Zale. And third place for polearm goes to Jake Schultz. Good job, Jake! Good job. All right, we have one more. Helen Harlow is on this pole. Sorry, Helen. I'm getting Helen. I'm getting Helen Harlow for Poleaxe. You were not here before, so I'm giving you a little. So second place, Poleaxe. Good job. Next we have a correction for sword and shield. Nicholas Homa for second place on sword and shield, men's sword and shield. Come forward, sir. Hey, thanks. And ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our